A bright future awaits us.
Test. Hey. Let me know if you can hear me.
I shall not be swayed from my path.
Cool. Well, I think we're ready then. Okay, let's do it. This should probably be the final boss of this stuff, I think. That's what I expect will happen from what my brain remembers and what everything was set up. Now that's some good stat lines. 34, 32, 43 strength. This is like Cthulhu. Okay, now I'm curious. What is Cthulhu's strength? It's probably in the 60s, but let's see. Cthulhu's strength in Pathfinder 1E. Funny enough, he only has 49 AC. That's just how he played it. These guys are 56 strength. Yeah, so he does have more strength, but yeah. I mean, I could own him. I could smash Cthulhu in this. It's a great old one. Okay, let's go.
Let us be off.
You followed me here for a long time, you frail, pathetic little stalker. But then you disappeared. You've been gone for so long, I thought you were dead. I'm glad you proved me wrong. I would have enjoyed it if you had died alone in darkness, lost and forgotten. But I would much rather punish you in person. Behold, the great daughter of Baphomet in all her glory. The strength in the tormented angel's voice, though it quivers with pain. Sophie, the first chosen one. Herald of my jaded faith. How did this come to pass? Mortal, what should golden-winged servant of the impostor goddess reap? The fool flew right into our trap. Hesmera and I have tortured him from the moment we captured him, and the whole time he spoke only of you. It is as if he didn't care about the pain at all, at least not the pain that we caused. Let nature go or you will be sorry. How can you possibly still care for the one who abandoned you? If you want that winged fool, come get him, the demon tosses her head defiantly, lowering her sharp curved horns like a bull ready to charge. Mustafa stole the army from you. The demon rears as if she had been slapped. You can hear the pure rage in her voice as she hisses angrily. Mustafa is a skilled alchemist, a gifted scientist, but he thinks too highly of himself. He was born into the abyss and he spent his life there, so his knowledge and skills were too valuable to risk on the front lines. He dreams of endless entertainment in the lands of the mortals and desires the glory of conquering Galorian, but he will not live to see triumph. He will pay bitterly for his betrayal. After all, I am one of the few who knows the secret of his mortality. But you don't need to worry yourself about that. You won't live long enough to see me destroy him. Did you know I was coming? You could either think all the demons are dumb and rabble we sent to Galorian, but that isn't true. I have prevailed in wars and battles that you mortals know nothing about, and I always use scouts. My spies are everywhere, even when we were trying to get the attention of Lady in Shadow. They told me that you were searching for me. I tracked your movement. I knew the moment you stepped foot on that ship. I sent my slave Castigia after you. Unfortunately, he proved just as useless underneath as he was in undeath as he was in life. I disappeared. What are you talking about? My journey only lasted a few weeks. Weeks. You haven't been seen in almost 6 months. You showed up in the abyss, caused mayhem in Lucianara, then disappeared. My spies told me that you had acquired a ship and were heading for Koflir. So I sent Castigia to hunt you down, but you disappeared, and up until now, I assumed you were dead. I thought you must be fish food by now, or perhaps you had deserted, having realized your ridiculous and pathetic struggle was doomed to fail. The echo of the Skari laughs and it's shrill and unpleasant. The abyss is a primordial chaos. The loss of space and time have no power here. But this chaos can be controlled. You could, for example, force it to distort time around a particular ship, one that is being used by some overconfident outsider who are used to the void of order and stability. The port in the room, where does it lead? It leads to the Nexus, our hub of minds and portals. You managed to put the mining of Neridian crystals on hold for a while, but the work will resume soon. I will finish here with you, then I will go to Galorian, catch Mustafa and drag him back. I have to decide the best punishment for him. Can he still walk with the crystals if he has no eyes? How about one eye and one hand? And of course, I certainly take his legs. He will continue to create an army for me, whether he wants to or not. And with those hordes I will march through the World Wound, through Mandev, and through your entire plane. From one end to the other, mortals shall bow before Hesma, the daughter of Baphomet. She turns her horned head toward Arushale. And not just mortals, I will think of a worthy punishment for you as well, you miserable, stupid traitor. What kind of scum would trade the fury and power of the abyss for friendship with these slabs of meat? You are a disgrace to the entire demon race. Arushale's eyes flash with dark, burning rage. Who are you, girl, to lecture me about the abyss? You are nothing more than a slab of meat yourself, a half-mortal perversion of your father. You're not even a real demon, so don't you dare. Succubus stops short, and the fire in her eyes disappears. She gasps horrified. Oh no, what am I saying? Why don't you just give up? Nah, I will put an end to you. Hasma roars, shakes around. Her angry eyes flash crimson. When I'm finished with you, I will have you chained. Then you will be dragged behind the army, naked and wounded, trembling. And you will watch as I, daughter of Baphomet, and archpriest of his court, take Galorian by the throat. I will bring it to its knees and make it weep like a wench that's been whipped. You mentioned your dad an awful lot. Please tell me you haven't been cooking up all these schemes against Galorian just to impress your father. I refuse to accept that's the reason for all of the atrocities. Something this dumb. Well, 46 AC. Looks like easy killing. That guy of the Scary is actually not in this fight. Let's see. Now if these are that strong. Never lucky.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Okay, well, might as well use the high level spell then if you guys don't want to die easy. Oh, it's immune. I guess all immune? Or am I just unlucky? Yes, they are all immune to my spell. Screw you then. Time to put you down.
I will resist.
One shot. Run for your lives, head for the Nexus. We will hide from this horrible Galorian in Illusionara. You will pay for this. My father will punish you for your insolence. I guess the real demon beats the fake demon. Behold the power, behold the greatness. Tremble before bafflement. Make this insolent mortal suffer, my lord, and punish this rebellious angel who refuses to bow before you. Ah, the angel was wandered into the abyss and couldn't find his way back to heaven. I've heard about you. My daughter will not break your spirit, could not break your spirit, but I will rip out your heart. Yeah, my horse is about as big as a demon lord. My lady Iomade, hear my final words. The leader of the crusade is one of Aurelius' profane creations. Their power comes from the blood of fallen demon lords. There's no hope for any of us. Looks like you overdid it, my daughter. Your torture drove the angel mad. A swift execution, but I wasn't finished with the angel. There were so many games I wanted to play with them. Show your power, O Lord. Let enemies tremble in terror. Now it's your turn, you low-life Skyrim. You have disappointed me. How dare you summon me here? How dare you use forbidden knowledge? think I'm here to save you. No, I'm here to inflict your punishment. Well, she saved against him.
Have I been summoned merely to put this creature to death? A mortal who still shows loyalty to the queen that exiled her to the abyss. Oh yes, Galfrey guards, he'll glory with the jealousy of a lioness.
I would say his voice is so good that I would pray to this guy. I don't know why, but this voice just really, I like it. The fiery gaze of the demon lord of beasts pierces you like a red-hot knife. The demon scrutinizes you for a moment and bursts into mocking laughter that resounds through the air. I mean, here's like the perfect furry voice, okay?
But no, this creature proudly wears the knife stuck in her back, like a badge of honor. Or is the betrayal weighing you down after all? Did you come here looking for a new master? One who can help you seek revenge?
Baphomet's glowing eyes narrow in curiosity.
I don't belong to the abyss. I believe in Desna. I believe in mortals. And in the right to dream of something greater than being dominated by monsters like you.
I don't know. They probably are quite dominating. As she stands before the demon lord of the abyss, some innate instinct forces Arushelay to her knees. She bows her head, compared to show her reverence and submission to his authority. But the succubus is scowling and there's a stubborn glint in her eye. Slowly, as if bearing the weight of an entire mountain on her shoulder, Arushelay straightens up and defiantly faces down the demon lord. She gets a lot of really good interactions here.
Well done, sister. I've always believed in you. In the name of all the gods of light who protect Galarian, you tell that thing to piss off.
Where did you send the hand? Did you slay your own daughter? I propose a deal. Demon and demon has two options, and then I've vanquished your servants. Let's start with the hand.
Why do you care about his fate? He was merely your overseer. Heaven sent him to watch over you. His only purpose was to remind you of your mission and to destroy you should you stray from the path. You shouldn't worry about him. He is just Iomede's pawn, and she did not think twice about sacrificing him. The foolish angel thought he would be forgiven for leaving Regathiel and joining Iomade, but heaven never rewards traitors with its trust.
I like how there's like other layers happening here that we are not even involved in, like going way back with that dude. Did you slay your daughter?
I have countless slaves and numerous offspring. When one of them disappoints me, I simply get rid of them. To me, you are nothing more than mayflies. Your lives are so brief, it is as if you are already dead.
Oh, I have a question concerning your offspring too. Tell me, Lord Baphomet, how is it genetically possible that you have the head of a goat, and yet you are the progenitor of minotaurs, which are essentially bulls? Are you mating with a certain cow whose genes went out over yours?
Ooh.
I will take particular pleasure in killing you.
There are a lot of people, honestly, Baphomet, get in line. So, do we propose a deal or do we fight the demon? I think we fight the demon, but I mean, I have to ask. We could do the switcheroo, we could become Dark Sophie. Sophie the Hedgehog. Drop our claws and get some machine guns. Honestly, I don't even know what the deadline is. So I don't know if that would cause anything to happen. But I can do this the same to you.
Even if we pretend for a moment that you have a chance of winning, have you considered what reward awaits you? Your queen knows that you have surpassed her. Your success is why Galfrey exiled you here. How will she reward you for the death of a demon lord? Will she honor you by personally slitting your throat? Sadly, we will never know the answer, because you have no chance of winning.
He just dispelled all of us.
Forwards!
1450 HP. His actual attributes are not higher than Cthulhu, but his HP for fuck is. What's the AC? 63. Man, you're about as hard to hit as a flying meatball. It does not seem to work against whatever he cast on me. My Durgan managed to free herself. Unholy Blight. Woods of Court, blah blah, only half damage. I'm completely exhausted. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit him. Slow to my favor. If anyone can hit him, it's her. We scratched the god.
We won't falter!
Okay, at least she's free. What's his spell resistance like? 42. Yeah, I have to shell back for a moment. That did not hear anything. You feel your hair stand on end. The blood boils in your veins, and the fire within your heart is so fierce and so hot it feels as if it's about to burn through your chest. A cry springs from your lips, and at the sound of your voice, a light envelops the cave. The ground begins to shake as the radiant presence overwhelms those around you, knocking them back into the surrounding rocks.
Which of my enemies is responsible for this trap? Who has put you up to this, you pathetic insect?
Demon Lord retreats, his step shaking the cave.
Such power must have a source. You are such a curious insect. I must see what is inside you.
Are you sure you are meant for me, dark creature? You should flee. The inspector did you. Are you afraid of me? Good, you should be.
You are on the path to greatness, mortal, and I will gain a new trophy.
Nauticula, Lady in Shadow, once again, I offer you an alliance. A great alliance.
I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. The answer is no. It has been a long time since I last killed the Demon Lord. It is good to see that I remain unsurpassed in my craft.
I do kind of wish that we got to fight him more and he just got heavily debuffed, because I wanted to kind of beat him, but it's been long, yeah. Nauticula looks at you imperviously as she clutches Baphomet's stick quivering hard in her hand. She raises it high in the air. A triumphant voice breaks the silence. Why did you decide to take Baphomet? You didn't want war.
I did not want to enter into a difficult, exhausting war against Baphomet when he was at full strength. But massacring his minions when they are helpless and success is guaranteed? Well, that is a different matter entirely. Thanks to recent events, the slaughter can finally begin. Baphomet is frightened. He will not leave his abode for at least a year. Because if he dies again within that time, his death will be final. This gives me an overwhelming advantage. My black bolts gave him a kiss he will not soon forget, and the memory of their touch will cool his fervor. 2 armies of demons will meet in the coming battle, and one of them will be led by its mistress in all her glory. The other one, however, will be cut off at the head and left without the leadership of its lord. In a year's time, I will have undermined Baphomet's forces and deprived him of his troops and allies. By the time he finally feels invincible again, it will be too late. And instead of crushing my servants and destroying my islands, he will be forced to bargain for his life. As you can see, I won this war before it started. And it's all thanks to you.
Now that he's dead, will he become an island? No.
No. Any demon lord that is killed will return to their abyssal realm, where they will be reincarnated. Their body will be unharmed, but the demon lord will be vulnerable for an entire year. If they are killed again during that time, they will be drawn into the Rift of Repose forever. However, if I kill them, they will become an island in my realm. Therefore, nothing will induce Baphomet to leave his labyrinth during the next year.
My power increased.
Of course it has. Everything went according to plan. Your fight with the Demon Lord sapped much of your strength, and you were forced to rely on the power that you were given by Lady Vorlesh. You reached for it instinctively, without even realizing what you were doing.
How did you get here?
You have been absent for too long. You are the chosen instrument of my will, but for months there was no word from you, and no one in the Midnight Isles knew where you were. I watched you from afar, unseen, but then you also managed to hide yourself from my gaze. If it hadn't been for Lady Vorlesh, I would have thought you dead long ago. She kept reassuring me that you were alive, and then I felt your blood in my realm again, and I heard the sound of Baphomet's hooves as he walked through my land. That is when I realized 2 things. First, this was my chance to annoy the old goat. And second, betting on you was the right choice.
Thank you for your timely arrival. Nothing.
I'm pleased to find that I was right about you, Galarian. You have served me well.
I was gone for several months.
Perhaps it felt that way, but believe it or not, Alashanira has already forgotten the hot-headed Galarian who caused mayhem throughout the city. You may have ended up in some sort of temporal anomaly. These sometimes occur in the Abyss. Or perhaps someone arranged this anomaly for you. If that is the case, you are lucky to have escaped from it so quickly. You could have been gone for several centuries.
Enough about the past, let's talk about the future.
Every demon lord needs a weapon. Someone who will be an instrument of their will. Baphomet chose Hepzamira, and I chose you. I'm glad I picked the superior weapon. You proved yourself stronger than your counterpart, and laid bare the cowardice of my enemy. I, the Lady of the Midnight Isles, will give you the honor and glory that such a deed deserves. With a single blow, you have begun the great war between Nocticula and Baphomet. And I will reward you for this achievement. Your queen will reward you for this deed. But she cannot match the generosity of the Lady in Shadow. Accept my profane gift, and remember the moment you triumphed. The moment Nocticula herself expressed her gratitude and respect for you.
What is a profane gift?
Every succubus can bestow her dark patronage upon whomever she likes. My magic will enter your being and enhance your already exceptional abilities. It will also allow me to watch over you, and, if you are in mortal peril, help you. It will not make me your guardian demon, but you can expect to receive some aid from me. Furthermore, there is one more aspect to a profane gift. It allows the succubus to affect the mind of whoever is under her protection. You have proven to be trustworthy, and so I will not exploit this by invading your thoughts. Others, however, will not be so kind to you. If a powerful demoness charms you with her magic and grants you her profane gift, you will become her toy. A mortal can only have the patronage of one succubus, and I would rather give you mine than leave your enemies a chance to cause you harm.
It's good that Arusha Lady didn't just give me her profane gift, or this wouldn't have worked. But we are not gonna take it anyway, as you said. I don't need your gift.
You refuse my gift? Reject my favor? As you wish. My patronage will not extend to your humble self.
Promise you would help close the wound.
Conquest is your next step. The world wound can only be closed where it was opened, in the Threshold Fortress. Go back to Galarian, gather an army, and bring the full force of your power down upon your enemies. Baphomet will wish to recall his soldiers as soon as possible in order to repel my attack. You will only have to deal with Discari's servants. When you get back to Threshold, stand on the edge of the rift that connects your plane and the Abyss, and we will execute our plan.
What is to stop Baphomet from sending more slaves here?
I will stop him. Baphomet's servants will be too frightened to go to the place where their master was killed. And whoever tries to mine my crystals will taste my wrath. You have fulfilled the mission for which you came, Galarian Crusader. The mining of Nehindrian crystals has ceased, and Baphomet and Discari will no longer have mythic demons under their control. I will send my servants to destroy the network of passages they have carved throughout my islands. I will destroy all their portals, including the one that brought you to Alashanira.
What's happening on Galorian?
It is clear that Queen Galfrey lacks your talent as a strategist. In your absence, she has made several mistakes that have brought Mendev's crusaders to the brink of destruction. She is a skilled warrior, and a good leader, but that is not enough. It never has been when it comes to dealing with the world wound. You were the one who tipped the scales toward a victory for Mendev.
I was gonna say, guess you need a man's job for this, but I'm still a woman, so you need a Griff's job. That's the problem.
But you'll soon find out everything for yourself. I won't spoil the surprise.
How do I go
The
home?
same way you arrived, through the Nexus. The rift that led you into the Abyss is open. Of course, the Queen tried to close up every opening within the Midnight Fane, but I'll let you in on a secret. She didn't close all of them. If you look hard enough, you'll find the way back.
I will try to return. I have things to do. Think of you.
As you wish. I only hope that when you get home, it won't be too late to save your plane. Now it is time for you to return to your plane. You are desperately needed there. And I must attend to my own affairs.
I don't think it matters what I said there. What? One of the demon lords is mostly gone though. We beat Baphomet, Cringeomet. One of us is turned into a dog. This happened last time I played also. Nanny is a dog now. Now she's a super furry, like she's an actual furry dog now. This is never gonna happen. I had the same issue. Not gonna work. We'll deal with it later. Even though I think now I've no one who is Arcana. Can she still?
Can't hide this from my eyes.
Why can I not? Religious icon depicts the head of a goat. The goat has a blazing star on its forehead. Everyone's also very slow. Just I The only one who could fix that can't. Wait, you have this, right? There we go. She has to dispel everything on herself. Thank you. Lucky that she's the one who got goaded. I mean, dogged.
Please, forgive me.
This is gonna be tough.
Oh, yes, what?
I'll make my own legend.
Probably just gonna have to trigger the twerp. Yeah.
I finished here. Is there more?
A success worthy of praise.
The adamantine shackles have been enchanted. The enchantment blocks teleportation and any other abilities that involve extraplanetary movement. Oh, interesting. It forces me to mythic when I go through the gate. Okay, well, we're mythicking. Magic nullification came in very useful there, so maybe I should have that on everyone. Defensive studies and terrible. I can't actually go back, so I can't look at my stuff. Let's just go with defensive study then. Level 5. None of these really matter. Sacred bonus. Return to the Midnight Fane through the rift. King Galfay had plans to block the Midnight Fane, however, if there's a shortcut to Dresden, it leads through the Fane. The commander must make the way. Oops. I didn't talk to the Queen. There's a lot of easily missable stuff in this part of the game.
I'm glad I was useful to you.
Guess I can do these quickly. What do you want? Let's just grab those. Mythic charge, restrain, unstoppable. This is really good. Yeah. Inspirational leader, unstoppable, mythic beast. I would say the mythic abilities are a little bit slimmer than the mythic feats. You can easily run into just not knowing what you want here. Boundless healing, whenever you cure wounds. I don't know if, or another healing spell. I don't know if that works for... That wouldn't really help. Abundant smite. That's not terrible. Sure. Greater abundant casting. It's really good. Which note she's gonna have to start filling those in. I think it's glitched though, because I don't see those. It is glitched. For whatever reason, the game breaks if you have two different combinations. Or I think that's whatever. I guess we'll see. Right now I've like infinite amount. Of death spells. If it can die, it will die. You have Mega Magic? I guess I gave it to her and then never used it. I see. Bigger they are, raging shots, cleaving shots. Sure. Who's lagging behind? You are at my horse. Exhausted.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
Hasbara is dead, the island is yours. She wriggles happily, her loathsome bloody slurping and sloshing with each movement. Now the island is all mine again. I am the queen, this is my domain. Everyone who hurt me is dead, the nasty lizard and the horned bitch. What will you give me? In exchange for help, you're so greedy. The ugly face twists into a malevolent grin, but there's still one more stranger on the island. You, I promised you my love and affection. But I have deceived you treacherously, I'm too good for the likes of you. Yes, I will drown you in my whirlpool. Oh, how clever I am. The only thing greater than you, than my cunning, is my power points. It's actually a stat line.
I will resist.
I don't know. .46 AC. For a reason I...
Forwards!
There we go, I finally got it to show. Doesn't seem too bad.
We won't falter! Strike with all your might!
No, we are wounded as fuck. I guess all demons, even the really stupid ones, are still demons. Lesson of the day. I thought I was literally gonna leave, so I don't know. She's dumb. Crazy, I know. Yes, I did just deal with enemies she couldn't deal with, but that's like a very basic trope in video games. They're like, oh, I sent you to kill the people that are way higher level. Now I will kill you. Well, our paladin leveled from that. Which made my horse leveled.
Let's move.
Oh yeah, wait, what is with you guys? Okay, I have nothing else to add. Kind of lame. Yeah, we're just gonna leave him here, I guess.
A bright future awaits us. Together we stand.
Jet some places. Whenever the wealth of this place is confirmed, a critical hit enemy must pass a fortitude save throw or suffer random condition from the following. And become immune to another random condition from the list for 2 rounds. It's not bad, so I don't know if there's anything. Problem is, at this point my equipment is pretty much what I just want it to be for the most part.
I will help where I can.
The body still smolders from the colossal blow of celestial powers inflicted by the trap laid by the hand of Ayaomade. This is my thing, by the way. Ships of the cobblestone indicate the portal was recently blocked. Look at this. It's one of my fucking little follower things. Got stuck there. The camp is under the protection of Our Lady in Shadow. Be gone, you filth. What, the Lady in Shadow? I spit on her. It's hard to spit when you're down overhead, isn't it? We're over here, help. Take us away from this awful place. Get off the barricade. We be good slaves, we're obedient and scared. Take us. Keep us. The final hour is upon us, brothers and sisters. Let's not disgrace the name of our leader. Let's die in honor. What? How could Mortis be beating us back? Despair and our faith in the inheritor led us into battle. We do not fear death, so if we fought you, and we would do our part. You pursue us, damned creatures. Now that we will not run, lest we have nowhere else to run. What is the light inside? What is this light inside of me? I feel power. Be gone, wretched spawn. It burns, loathsome light. Celestial power is in our hands. The light is with us. How did they do that? The light is so bright. Get back! You're frightening me. I don't think you're enjoy what will happen next. Some kid trying to intimidate us. It's a Quilbeth. The Devourers are here. Run! So hey, that one kid came in, he blew up those people. Are these guys immune to death? No. If I can reach them, they're gonna have a very bad time in a moment. Man, they are very big though. It's kind of weird because the game limits the size you can be, but not enemies by the looks of it. what? For a reason I cannot get their stat lines. Wow, these have very low stat lines. This is gonna... Yeah, it's glitched for everything these got combined.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
But yeah, all the different things we brought into our camp. The succubuses, the Asamas, the super slaves just decided to kill themselves on us, I guess. Useless.
Into the fray! Forwards!
And here I was wondering who we are protecting these mortars from. Let some demon take me as a servant. Fucking pleasure slaves. I can't believe we are safe. The monsters were horrible. That's it. We have pursued the demons back, pushed the demons back. We show them how DeLoreans fight. Cannot talk to Zorgus actually.
Onwards.
The return is met with happy cheers. Inhabitants of the camp watch you, their eyes sparkling with joy. It feels almost like they might mob you just to have a chance to touch you. What happened? A furious succubus clad in battle armor exclaims. Those whelps dared defy our lady in shadow and threaten those under her protection. We have shown them the error of their way. Galorian slave leader. All is written in the face of the Galorian slave. You freed from the bondage. One of the slaves, a young man with sharp features and a bad leg, bows steeply. I don't believe my eyes. You've returned. We thought you had perished in the abyss, and said your name in our prayers every day, though we didn't believe it would reach the gods. But they listened and they answered. When the portal first opened, we thought it was the end. But then we realized the demons were even more frightened than we were. Something was chasing them, driving them forth. We sent them in battle. We met them in battle, head firm against a devastating assault. And then you appeared and saved us all. So I have never seen it, but supposedly the camp can get slaughtered, depending on what people you have brought into the camp or not brought in. When did you manage to build an entire camp? The young Galorian, whose neck still bears the marks of a slave collar, looks at you in confusion. 6 months have passed since you disappeared. What were we to do? Return to Illusionar and hold our hands to be shackled once more? Never, so we decided to settle here and start a village. We hunted, we kept quiet. No one bothered us until today. So I don't know, I just really like this little part of world building. Like, you could have a story written if it's in that context. Like, I don't know, I like this guy. I'm always emotionally dude for stuff like that. What happened to the portal to Illusionara? Our Lady in Shadow ordered us to destroy the red horse used by Hasmara's servants. We blocked the portal with rubble. We now keep a close watch on them. How could so much time have passed? Taking deep breaths, the watch cautiously observe. I can smell the ravenous winds that tormented you. When Mother made me plunge into the depths of Isha, I heard the howlings of the water. I've been inside a hurricane, haven't you? Have been inside a hurricane, haven't you? There was no storm, but a living creature, nameless and unwanted, even by the abyss. Its squalls rip apart time itself, turning it into dead sand. You thought you struggled with elements for hours, but many months have passed for those around you. Asima cast a piercing look at you. The abyss is treacherous. Perhaps it lured you into a trap where time does not fly like an arrow, but instead falls slowly like shifting sand. You're two heroes. I'm proud of you. Time to return. A question about the battles that just occurred. But I feel like, despite the warning there, I don't think that's gonna end my stuff, so I might as well say that. But fuck it, we'll do that stuff first. The survivors turn to you and you see relief. Talk to Asima. The light you used to burn the demons, what was it? We have no answer. We did not know we were capable of anything like that. When we found ourselves in the abyss, we thought heaven had abandoned us. But then you gave us a second chance. And we prayed. Our faith grew. And we knew the beacon of hope burns even in darkest hour. And as we were about to accept death rather than be enslaved again, something sparked inside us. Heaven still remembers us, and its power awakened within our blood. Jorks, would you mind explaining exactly how you grew tentacles? The boy forces himself to speak, but avoids eye contact. I've never killed anyone before, but I knew I could do it. When whatever it was that reached out to me in the depths of Isha, it found me interesting. I can't say what happened down there, but I'm no longer just half-blood demon. I'm something else. Perhaps there is new darkness within me, a darkness demon called Quillipic. These creatures, Quillipus, existed before demons, but were expelled into oblivion. But that did not destroy them, as they were oblivion. They were still here, and they called to me. You notice the denizens of the abyss, who moments ago bravely fought the Half-Smar's army, now watch Jorges wearing and give him a wide berth. This creature is a source of power beyond our control. His presence is a threat to the unit, which is why we must get rid of him. Wedge's voice is accompanied by a look at Brooks, as much argument as unsheathed blade. Arushale flinches as if about to leap away from the boy. Quillipus, the enemies of demons since time immortal. When they come, death reigns. The succubus looks at George as if he was a venomous creature, but the fear in her eyes quickly gives way to shame. Forgive me, it's not your fault. Most mortals view me the same way. It's nothing but a monster. But I was wrong. It was wrong of me to say that. Could this be the result of your mother's experiments? Mother was interested in the things hidden in the depths undisturbed by moonlight. I do not know what it is, whatever it was that touched me. It doesn't have a name, because names are alien to it. I no longer wish you, be gone, I can kill him, or we accept him. What do you think we should do with him? I feel like this is the beginning of something horrible, but on the other hand, killing him is kind of against our morals. We are pretty accepting, even. I mean, tentacles have their uses. Okay, I guess we're accepting him. Ready to go to Galoy and start a new life? There, Zox is silent, looking at you intently. There's a hint of fear in his eyes, at least he gives you a hesitant nod. Is this going to be a journey? I've never been on a journey before. We need to talk to this pleasure slaves. The face, once beautiful, now red and swollen with tears. Calm down, the danger is past. Your actions put your comrades in more danger. You're pathetic, pampered cowards. Do you have any idea how insignificant you are? You want me to let you go. You will come to Galoy and start a new life. I think we gotta be a bit harsher here. Your actions put your comrades in mortal danger. But we didn't want to get hurt. What's wrong with that? Do you want me to let you go? Yes, please. Good demons will take us away and we will serve them. Please them. Please, let us leave this terrible place. I think we just leave him behind. Leave and do as you wish with your life as you wish. I mean, we are all about freedom, and if the freedom is to get raped by demons, I mean, you know, some people, you just can't help them. Or we can take them out of here. Like, I think they're just gonna betray us later anyway. Yeah, if that's what they want to do with freedom, freedom be free. go do your own thing, but stay away from me. Thank you so much. The slaves nod happily and wander around, but they do not appear to be leaving. It seems they neither have a plan nor a leader. I have no more questions. I take it you're tired of waiting for me. Finally, I cannot wait to leave this backwater. There's no genuine diversion, no place to relax, and too many blasted demons. It's kind of weird, because it doesn't... Yeah, I think it was supposed to go... That was a weird way that worked, but okay. I never doubted for a second you were alive, Commander. First because I stared at the power you granted me, and second because you are not the kind of mortal to disappear without a trace. When your final hour comes, you depart with much more fanfare. Thanks, Grable. You're true heroes, I'm proud of you. Time to return to Galore and strike the demons there. Cybers greet your words with laid choirs and look of faith and adoration. That's it for now.
Let us be off.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Saucy didn't get a line. Like it's kind of glitched. This, I think it's supposed to go through each once, but how wonderful! I knew you were alive. You were my dreams, fighting the elements, descending into caves, driving the darkness away with the fire that lives in your heart. With a cold nod, Rachel reports his face stone cold. In your absence, we established a permanent fortified camp, patrol ships, as well as foraging and rationing, and sanitation measures. They don't face darkness. It's been a while since I had to deal with such a mess. We didn't get saucier yet. Looks good, Chief. It's good. Look, Chief. It's good to see you and all, but would you mind jabbing those dead demons with your blade a few more times, just in case any of them are playing dead? When I popped out of the portal and rushed us, I damn near saw it myself. I feel like that is not in canon to his new iteration anymore. Someone did not finish it, like, you know, but whatever. Your travel has been long indeed, Sophie. No doubt the ordeal weighs heavily upon you. I'm ready to hear confessions should you wish to unburden your soul. Hey, how many times we had our griffin is not your problem, Saucia. Believe it.
The commander found herself in a Lashanira, the very heart of enemy territory. Much to her credit, she managed not only to pique the interest of the Lady in Shadow, but to defeat Baphomet himself. But after these adventures, does she still remember Galarian and wonder about its fate?
I mean, technically we didn't really defeat Baphomet. I think we, like, scratched him once with our Dragon. Scratch. In the commander's absence, Queen Gallifrey assumed control of the crusade. She apparently made a number of decisions regarding the development of main aspect of the crusade. I think that's mostly how it sets all the... If you didn't do all the level ups, then it did the level ups for you. Find a way to Dresden. Find Mustafen. Solve the riddle of the nameless ruins. Now I have to do those. Wait for an opponent. I mean, opportunity. End game. Okay, this is our current camp. Stop, Avu. I can't actually talk to you because of how this is set up. Put up there, Warchief. We need to talk. All big eyebrows are furrowed with a grim expression. You can hear barely restrained hostility in his voice. Before we head back to the mortar wood, you owe me an explanation. An explanation for what exactly? You know what, don't be playing fool to me. Is this what it's come to? You got a whole army following you. Not into the forest to pick mushrooms. No, to war against Oglands. Our bands walked through fire for you. We came to this magic land to fight right in the jaws of a fiend queen. Now it turns out that you two have been in cahoots this whole time. If that wasn't bad enough, who did we run into at our court? A real bloody warlish or big spits on the ground. And with that nasty little smirk on her face, that woman tells us that we have been dancing to her tune this whole time. That she got our whole crusade warped up. And that you, Warchief, are her creation from top to toe, like a puppet on strings. And that's all the power. And that all these powers of yours, the powers you passed to me. Obi hand curls over his chest as though he wants to tear the mythic power out of his body. And nothing but foul and sorcery. If this whole campaign was a lie, a twisted mirage cooked up by sorcerers, Then you and me and everything we had. Opic's voice are filled with anger, but you see pain in his eyes. You believe the words of that deceive everything that comes out of Rilo's mouth is a lie. Don't say that. What we feel for each other is real, and that means our mission is real too. Not a trick or mirage. That's right, you trusted me. I haven't failed you before, and I won't do so again. What's your tone when you address me? I don't know. I didn't know anything. Rilo deceived all of us. Wow. I didn't expect Ulrich to get so feisty. I'm going with 3, I think, on this. Not a trick or a mirage. Pretty words. What have you got besides words? Ulrich shakes his head and adds more quietly, I want to believe you, of course I do. But how? After everything I've heard, how? Look me in the eye and tell me, how are you planning to continue this crusade? Now that we know the truth about the cursed witch's schemes, why should I or any warrior follow you one step further, or have faith in your victory? Winning is my destiny. This army is built on trust, so am I going to justify myself to you? So I'm not going to justify myself to you anyone. If the Crusaders don't trust me, they can go. But I have faith in my soldiers. I know that most of them will follow me to the end. Rilo has given me the power to destroy her. I will annihilate the demons with their own weapon. I don't know what to tell you. I've led you to one victory after another since you joined me. Yes, what Rilo said is a heavy blow. But under my leadership, we've suffered wars and survived. Okay, on this one I will have your input. Let's see, what am I thinking? So if we could go with 1, she could go with 3. And 5. I feel like I'm between 1, 3 or 5 here. I'm okay with the other ones also, but those are I think the ones I'm mostly. Funny enough, I think I'm leaning toward 5 here, but I don't know if that's what he would like. I hope he won't hate me for 5. I don't know what to tell you. Then I have no business standing with you. Farewell, Sophie. I hope the rest of you guys have enough sense to leave before you get them all killed. Ooh, that is... Wow. We couldn't talk this out any further. That's a bit extreme, sir. So you reckon you'll be stronger now, the Ogden and Shooters than any sorcerer. But it gives you a long look and funny chuckles. Well, all the better for us. I've seen you in action. You wiped the floor with them. Forgive me for what I said, War Chief. Fair space and trickery and sorcery be damned. I'll be behind you to the very end. He lays his hand on his heart and bows his head. Forgive me for doubting you. You know how much you mean to me. I just thought that you could turn out to be traitor fair scram. Just a thought that you could turn out to be a traitor fair scrambled my wits here. I trust you. We're gonna defeat them together. I feel like that's a little bit extreme of a warp there. So the question is, do I leave the first option or do I take that one? Like, I feel like I am all for consequences, but that is extreme. Just because I didn't want to give him false confidence. Like, come on, I just wanted to show some vulnerability to my husbando, and then my husbando's like, well, I'm out, fuck you. Like, what the fuck, man? It's not your job. Like, a moment of weakness. One moment of weakness, and my fucking, like, what the fuck? I'm sorry, but that's fucked up. That is not a good relationship. Also, I just realized I probably cannot do the other thing anymore. Also, actually not having him in my pocket. So, funny enough, on the Richelieu thing, I did learn that she can reappear later if you do that one choice. I guess, never did the specific stuff. Like, she never came back in my game. Did I have the option to select people? Yeah, okay, I did. Okay. Let me look this up just because I'm curious. Because I said I'm okay with the consequence of it, but if he just leaves, it's too much. I don't think I'm gonna find anything on this quickly.
Together we stand.
So how strong is this dude now? I'm running a pre-buff. Though I do need...
Anything new?
Sometimes, yeah, it depends. I mean, the thing is there's so many variations and so many specific things. Like, I might literally be the first person who has ever... Yeah, that's awful. Pick that option. But I wanted to pick it for role-playing. Like, he had a moment of vulnerability earlier in the game, and I thought it was fair for Sophie to have a moment of vulnerability. You know, like, she could be a little bit frazzled too. She could need someone to give her a pep talk for once. And he's just like, well, fuck you then, I'm out. Like, I'm not getting over that. That is extreme. How about giving me a pep talk? Jesus Christ. What is his actual AC? 68. Dispelling is great if I have dispel. What are you? I don't know.
I will resist.
Okay, we're gonna have to rest before we do this. There's too many things I don't have available. How evil does a person have to be for a paladin to be able to detect evil within them? Can a paladin use the magic to sense, for instance, minor irritation or latent sympathy for demons? I don't know what to tell you, friend, but I think everybody can sense when a person is irritated. Everybody except you, that is. Okay, we're doing this. That's why I looked it up, but I would save, and I lied. I actually did do him in this chapter. No, I did do him before doing the zone we just finished. For whatever reason, I thought I had done it previously. Actually, I did him before going on the boat quest. But you could technically do this boss early. If you're very strong. But I mean, he's technically stronger than the final boss of this chapter was, so... I'm still a little bit frustrated with having loaded there. I think it's like the first time we loaded because of a meta decision. Just, I don't know,
Adventures await.
Is all I could say.
Rely on me.
Yeah, like losing Orbrick is such an extreme thing for such a minor, like I wasn't even really testing my levitation see. Like I kinda knew that it was gonna have not like that the game didn't want that answer, it wanted something more extreme. But like I said, I have my role playing justification for why I would have said that. In character. Then none of the other lines super jumped out to me. But whatever, we're here. Doing this.
I'll make my own legend.
Yeah, so if you can see him. Let's move this But I mean, that's kind of always gonna be the danger of any kind of real choice and consequence system. Eventually, you're always gonna have a scenario where you and the devs are not entirely on the same voice length. My response, I hope you mean, and not his response. I hope you're not throwing me under the bus. Cause I actually thought his response was kinda insane, honestly. Like, what the fuck? I would not like someone. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. Cause like, Jesus Christ, you were asking quite a lot from someone who just got told that they got demonized with against their will. Like, it's not like I asked for this or knew about this, so... But yeah, we are on the same terms, I appreciate that. Well, the horse did a job, it tanked for one turn. That's 3 seconds. Yeah. Prayer is always a bit of an annoying spell. Okay, now I can do this.
I will resist. Forwards.
I hate that he still has concealment, even though we have true seeing. Well, we did some good damage. I really need to put more dispels on. That did not work, game. Dispel the stone skin from him. At least I can actually dispel him now. Oh, that was good. Yes, I know Sophie does not often have like she often doesn't know what to say. I mean, I'm still going with a cat and that she's completely out of this lab, so now she learned that she got demonized while she wasn't even fucking awake. Also, like we are a ticking time bomb. I mean, that was kind of implied that we are destined to die from the power. So you know, give her the break. Yeah, no, I'm over it. I'm glad that we are on terms with this, and that I'm not the idiot for what I did. Because the game made me feel kind of stupid there. Okay, we killed this guy. Furries be gone. He actually has a super good item, if I remember correctly. Like, it's a unique thing you get here. Whenever we have the simultaneous hit with a melee ram 4224, summer being. I mean, that's not the item I was talking about, but it is actually decent. Monzo Arcus is absurd. stat line, but that's not what I wanted. Yeah. He actually has a Swarmbane thing, which he did not used to have, I know that for a fact. Well, I'm pretty sure he did not have. None of this is what I'm talking about. Come on, now here it is. Inherent bonus to dexterity score. Yeah, it gives you just a bonus. Subject DC and resistance. No, that's not what. The book. That's what I'm talking about. Where is it? This take tome contains tips on coordination, exercise, and balance, but entwined within the words is a powerful magic effect. If anyone who reads the book, dexterity permanently +2. Once the book is read, the magic disappears. So this is a stat buff, permanent. And it didn't do anything. Okay. Oh, I see. Oops, game. That's kind. I don't think that was really meant to work that way, but sure. I'm presuming that they fucked up the. And yes, doomed as long as the white one exists, but still, finding out that you are a living time bomb, that effectively you're no longer doing this out of your free will. Fuck it. It's not that relevant, it's just a +2. I know why it didn't work, but whatever. The short is that most bonuses in Pathfinder do not stack. So if you already have a bonus of the same type, then they are not cumulative. But inherent is also something that is there's like no item in Pathfinder that gives inherent usually. Inherent is like your fundamental racial attribute for the most part. But the class that I'm happening to run actually does give an inherent bonus. I do not think that's an intentional design, that those two conflict with each other. In fact, if I looked it up, I'm not even sure. Like, there are a few buffs that would stack indefinitely. Inherent might even stack, and they just didn't code it correctly. But I'm not sure one way or another right now. I'm just pretty confident that they did not expect this to happen. I'm pretty sure that they thought that, well, it's gonna work out, and then I have an inherent bonus because of my class, actually, I think, or race. I don't know. Yeah, it's for my anime focus thing, which is a specific gimmick of my first class where I can give myself attribute bonuses. So I'm pretty sure if I turned it off, yeah, it's a hunter thing, because a hunter is giving me an anime focus bonus. If I turn this off, you can see I still get 2 from the manual. I could give the dex to another one, but I saved after doing the book, but before the fight, I don't want to redo the fight. So it's whatever. But yeah, my anime focus is overriding it, so I'm kind of just screwed on that. This doesn't even make sense. Like, inherent should stack because the anime focus from the hunter stacks. Whatever. I'm over it. I just remembered that it gave you +2. I also thought it gave you +2 of your choice. But I guess it just always gives you dex, which means that's quite relative. Some classes would get a lot more out of this than others. I would have gotten a lot out of it if it worked. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that can never be owned until you finish the chapter.
March on.
Okay, back in Dresden. Looks as lovely as always. To the streets. And that's not actually usable. I guess I could have given someone else a thing. Can you read what is written in blood? Possibly, though it's probably some Baphomet bullshit. Even though Baphomet should be out. Hey, this is a symbol of Baphomet, isn't it? What else is written in blood? There's a smear. There's more Baphomet symbols.
Onwards.
Which I thought he was kind of done with the war now that he got own zone, but I don't know. So jump into the war. I'm fucking blind, I'm sorry. Next to the stairs, okay. At the very entrance then? There we go, thank you. I can't read it. It's some demonologist bullshit. That guy did not have a good time. As that's a pretty impressive sword, like that sword is going through him and then it's going through the wall, like with enough force that it's still stuck in the wall to hold his body up. I don't know if that would actually be possible. I mean, I guess if it's magic. Man, Dresden looking like it always looks, honestly.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
That's so. I just want to find out if they just teleported. I hope no idiot took my banner down again. So where the fuck would Ulbrich have gone anyway? I mean, there's not really anywhere to go, so. Like, to be fair, that has always been kind of a consistent in this game. Like, you can tell people to leave at any time, even in the middle of hell, but that's so special because he left on his own terms. And it implies he had a plan. Ah, he's not gonna have a good time. Okay, let's see. I can polymorph the fuck out of you, probably. Can't death spell him. There we go. Don't hit my dragon, I will hit you. Now we just kill the dog. Just kill the dog, please. Cat beats dog. My range worm, that's useless. Blind fight. Yeah, destructive, just bad dodge. Favorite enemy spellcasting. That's actually cool, but not useful for her. Actually, improved initiative is not bad.
March on.
Become a griffin. A slight figure stinks out from shadows. Hold it, state your name, or my archers will shoot you where you stand. The voice is familiar, you don't even have to guess. Say nothing and stop. Griffin mode. I can't believe you fell for that, Commander. Sneva is beaming, and it's clear she's fighting to desire to pour you into a hug. I ain't no archers, I was just kidding with you. I got no archers, I was kidding you. I saw you climbing out and I was wondering what kind of welcome to give you. Bloody knew it, I told them all you would come. I got some winnings to collect. Do I get a share of the winnings? I donate the share to your treasury if you survive. The stuff's going right. The stuff that's going on here right now, Commander. It's a long story. Why are you here? I'm on scout patrol, slaying any demons that reach this far. It's kind of routine these days in the Atlantis realms. But this ain't the place for accommodation. We gotta move it fast. What happened while I was gone? Everything went to shit, to put it mildly. Let's go back to our base. I will fill you in when you get there. Base? Oft Resin is our base. Not anymore. These days we make do with what we got. And what we got is sawed all. Let's go. Let's go. I better warn you, the news ain't good. Anima waves a hand in the direction of the camp. There you have it, Commander, our temporary camp. It's embarrassing to have to show you how things have turned out. But now we're gonna do something about it. You got nothing to be embarrassed about. You survived and you're still fighting. Thanks, pal. You always know how to cheer a girl up. So what happened while I was gone? Things went quiet at first. You know, as quiet as they were when you were here. I mean, the Queen took hold of the reins, but she wasn't gonna go against your wishes. So she kinda left everything as it was. She just told everybody to hold on and we'll be back, and that you'll be back soon. Things carried on like that for 6 months. I was gone for 6 months. Yeah, why are you acting surprised? I will say, I don't know why you get like 50 different options to interact with that dialogue line. Like, okay, at some point the player has understood. I'm no expert on demon stuff, but it wasn't that long. But if it wasn't long for you, definitely something fishy's going on, a magic trap or something. Right, so 6 months passed. What happened next? So listen, Anivia frowned. 6 months, that ain't nothing, you know. After a while we realized that you probably won't be coming back. The Queen was real cut up about it. She was always playing to her armor and asking for a counsel. One time I overheard her blaming herself for sending you into the abyss. But you know our gal, Frey. She slayed plenty of friends to rest in her life. If she called off the crusade after every death, we would have lost to the demons a long time ago, right? So Gallifrey put herself together and made a decision to push forward before the demons recovered from their last defeat, to go on attack before they thought of doing the same to us. You were declared dead. We did things properly though. We threw you a big funeral and feast and everything. Everybody was bawling their eyes out, even Beth shed a tear for you. The Queen sent all the surveillance to Nerosian, took the sword of valor, and ordered all the troops to follow her. Only some folks kinda turned down that particular honor, and he will shot you a smile. You are a wonder, our wonder. You have been sent to us by the gods, no doubt about it. Maybe we are crazy, but we believed in you. I even started packing my stuff to go, but then I realized I couldn't. I couldn't do it. I felt torn between my duty to the crusade and my duty to my family. I just kept thinking, you are our commander. We have been through so much together. I told Beth all this, and she said to me, stay, I know what you're feeling. I know your love is with me. But if the commander comes back and finds no one here, she will lose faith in us. You failed to persuade Queen Galfrey that you should retain the title. I miss her, of course, like crazy, but I'm grateful as well. She's bound by her oath to the Queen, seeing as how you are not commander anymore. But she gave me the freedom to do what my heart told me. To tell the truth, I thought I'd be sticking around here on my own. But before I knew it, there were a whole gang of us, a ragtag crew. For sure, we are all united. We are all fighting for you. So about a week goes by, and then the demons, the scum, started sniffing around. It was obvious the Queen was long gone. And that's when it all started. They came at us with a whole bloody army, the sons of bitches. And they are led by Orangofta, a fat hog of a demon. We had to surrender the fortress and retreat to safety. We have been here ever since, scouting out what they're planning next, listening in when we can, picking them off one by one. In other words, we've been living like rats. So the population of Dresden has been evacuated. Yes, the Queen got as many people out as she could. Those who agreed to go, that is. Even the dungeons were emptied of prisoners and evacuated. I did hear that somebody might have escaped on the way to Nerosian, but I didn't ask for details. It's not our problem anymore. Probably the woman, the halfling. Of course, they couldn't move the bodies of the poor people whose souls were stolen by the jeweler, Sunheimer, or whatever his name is. They have been sheltered in the city. Nerosian has been looking after them, and seedless pies from the Hound Hearts have been guarding them all this time. The demons have attacked a few times and given the knights a thrashing. Only Ellen was left standing, but none of the victims came to harm. But Des and I hope the souls are found so that won't have been for nothing. Where the mongols? Why didn't they head? Deserted, they did. I didn't see that coming, I admit. They were good people, strong. There was no sign of anything wrong, but one night they all got up as one and left. The guards at the gate tried to stop them. Fat lot that did. The mongols slit the guard's throat and vanished into the wound. Nobody knows what happened to them, but there have been rumors. So Salameth made good on his threat. He got them. I don't know what Salameth is, but if you can prove the Mongols are innocent, you won't hear me complaining. He enticed them out of the city and lured them to somewhere, but where? Alright, we got the recent happenings, but what is happening now? It's all hands on deck. The one-eyed devil is spying on the tavern. Halo has gone to free captured soldiers from the dungeon. And the storyteller, he had some vision about you and the Queen. He took off running, saying he needed to touch things to find out where she is. If she's in dire straits, we need to go and help her once we deal with things here. And Captain Salkind, remember him? He was given the boot by his superiors. He wasn't getting along with them, so they tossed him out on his ear. And get this, the guy just walks right out into the city, pack on his back. Right through the city gates, pack on his back, heading west like he's going for a stroll. A dumb fool. Captain of the Blackstone Company, lead mercenaries from Andorra, and Queen Galfrey paid the company to fight in the crusade under your command. I do not remember him, but too many people. What happened? He didn't see eye to eye with his superiors. The higher-ups didn't like the way Saikin was assigning more and more soldiers to survey the territory, leaving less and less for military action. The captain had a dream about discovering a surviving Siconian village like Wintersun. He got carried away. A couple of knights from Nerosian showed up with orders to strip him of his rank. Saikin started yelling about how once again Amidi was neglecting the interests of the common folk. He said that he was trying to carry out a rescue mission cause that's what he called it. Where the top brass were only interested in glory from winning battles and the gold Galfrey would put in their pockets. He was about to be thrown on his ass, but Saikin beat them to it. He just disappeared, left Dresden and went to nowhere. Nowhere. A new captain was sent to replace him, but the Queen took him and his soldiers with her when they left. Where do you think he went? I can't tell you where, but I definitely can tell you the who. He's gone off searching for his beloved Siconians. It's a damn shame we lost him too. Would have been a decent officer around here. Bloody amateur archaeologist. He doesn't have to be treated like that. He's a good man. I don't know who he is, but he's a good man. You got that right. I hope he's alive. If you come across him, tell him to come back, Rhea. Maybe Sakin's career isn't over. Where did the Queen go? Have you any word from her? Anivia shakes her head. She didn't say anything to those who were staying behind, in case the demons got the claws on us, you know. They could force information out of us. I don't know if the storyteller saw a dream or a vision, but he just dashed off toward the citadel. Said he was gonna hold some of Gayfrey's things and find out where she was headed, because the commander would be back soon and would be asking about it. That's the last I heard from him. He's been gone half a day. I've heard the better news. What's going on now? Is that... What are we gonna do now? Anivia follows her bro. Now that you're here, there's only one thing for it. We gotta win. But to do that, we gotta hit them with everything we got. One and done. Here's what we'll do. You head for the citadel and send everyone who's out in the city on assignment back to me. I round up everyone still within the city walls. We may meet up again at the citadel and sock it to him in one final punch. But you better hurry. I haven't heard from any of the units in the city for a long time. Maybe there's no one left to round up. And one thing, remember the Bell of Mercy, the relic you returned? You've been walking right past it. You'll be walking right past it. Make sure to give it a good whack, to make all the demons' eyes pop out. It will at least give us a fighting chance. I heard it's good at frying scum. Of all kinds. It's time to do my duty. Good luck, Commander. Don't die out there, please. And don't worry about the pies from the faint. I get them here in one place.
Onwards.
I don't entirely understand how you guys abandoned the citadel and decided to take refuge in the cathedral, but it is extremely similar. If you remember, there was a note a long time ago when we did Dresden, where the dude was getting boiled alive outside the cathedral, and they were also holed up in the cathedral. For some weird reason, this seems to be the #1 defensive location that everyone always wants to take. I don't get it.
I will help where I can.
I would take the giant citadel, but what do I know? Where is my... Okay, so what do we gotta do? Help the one-eyed devil in the tavern, help him in the dungeons, talk to the storyteller, strike the Bell of Mercy. Careful, there are demons about. They killed half of our patrol.
We will be victorious.
I mean, I would hope that they exist, otherwise what I'm doing. Man, now we're going way back, doing Dresden again. It's like old times. Even the music is back to old times music. Honestly, just death spell him. Probably the fastest way to kill him.
They will break against our resolve.
Prepare yourself.
He's very card happy.
Desna, guide my hand.
The thing is, you don't have to do all of Dresden, so at least it's not as long, which is good, because as much as I think Dresden is a really probably one of the coolest dungeons ever, you do not want to have to do the whole thing twice. So where did we put this Bell of Mercy? Quick one. Wanna be cool, dude? Baller. Oh, we succeed. Didn't even see that guy. I don't know why my stuff is glitched, so I can't see the cover overs. It's kinda annoying. It's actually not that hard to hit.
You won't survive me.
I can kill him, I just need to not fail. Huh. But yeah, a lot of the area is not accessible, which means I don't have to do it. Get ready to pay for your sins. I'm Staunton Rain, and I've risen from the grave to exact my revenge. Oh, that's cool. I'm revenge on everyone who brought me to ruin. Hey, Staunty. The dead dwarf, still shackled in decaying armor, is writhing on the ground. I've lost again, but I won't save you. I rose to claim my revenge once, and I will rise again. I must kill her, that monster. She's to blame for all the suffering I've endured. Death hasn't changed you one bit. You still blame everyone else for your troubles. Menago, Queen Gelfrey, Yaumode, Fate, the weather, the position of the celestial bodies, literally anyone, or everything but yourself. I never thought I'd see you again. I could not stay in my grave, so I rose to reap the harvest of blood, and I did. I've killed many crusaders and demons, I will kill again. You think you can destroy me? I'm vengeance, I'm retribution. Who did you want revenge on? On her, the Tempest and the Acceptors. The reason for all my suffering, Menago is her name, and I have vowed to shed her blood. And on you, my murderer, and the crusaders who treated me like enemies, on everyone, on the whole world, for turning my life into endless agony. He's still salty. How did you come back to life without Necromancer's help? My hatred raised me from the grave. I was treated unjustly and intend to repay everyone with a hand in it. I was an honorable knight, but you, all of you, dragged my name through the mud. You will pay. You will pay dearly for what you have done. It's time to decide your fate. I've suffered for too long. Now I stand ready. That's interesting that you get a Lich interaction, because minor spoilers, but it's well known, I guess. That whatever. As a Lich, you can force him into your companionship the moment you kill him the first time. So there's a unique Lich interaction that would only happen if you specifically do not choose to turn him into a servant back then. That's kinda cool. I cleanse you of your corruption, so I possess you. Give Staunton a coup de grace. Knight Staunton, you are relieved of your duty. Rest in peace. I won't stand between you and your revenge on Menago. Leave and search for wherever you can. I crucify you on Dresden's main gate, so everyone can bear witness to your pitiful fate. I don't care what happens, you are noble. You are relieved of your duty. Rest in peace. The bloody fog dissipates from Staunton's eyes. He says in a surprising calm and clear voice, "Thank you. Know that I never wanted such a fate." But yeah, I didn't have this interaction. I don't know if I talked about my spoilers for Aeon mythic path or not. But the shorter said it was a bit different when you're an Aeon because of things that happened earlier in the game. So I did not know about that. This is why I never go hungry. I turn to Staunton. I'm stronger, I'm taking everything. You don't like it and try to take it off me.
Endure this!
But what I don't like is you guys being alive. He's immune. Let's see if he's immune to being clawed to death. Damn it, guys, just kill the fucking dude. Don't make me look bad now. He's still alive. I like that. I don't like this guy.
Make every strike count. Did you see that?
He ain't coming back, that's for sure.
Make your peace. Forwards! I will resist!
Probably gonna get himself killed though. Yeah. Can't really blame him.
Prepare yourself!
Ooh, he rolled a 20. That's not what I meant to do. Why can you pick up items in combat? Like really, why is that an option?
Desna, guide my hand!
Hello, the Pathfinder salutes you. Commander, you have been risen from the dead after all, not immune too soon. Not a minute too soon. I suppose that means I owe Anivia money now. I've never been so happy to lose a bet in my entire life. By the way, we've got a little brawl coming up. We could use your help. You bet that I won't come back? Why? Truth be told, Commander, I'm a practical man. I never count on miracles. That doesn't mean I'm not happy to see you. On the contrary, I suppose a miracle you don't expect brings you the most joy, especially if it's safely from certain death. You're supposed to free the prisoners? What are you waiting for? What's your assessment? The situation is god-awful, to put it mildly. It feels like some thugs have taken over our home and they won't stop rubbing our nose in it. Although now I'm starting to think it might be a good thing. Let the demons lower the guard. It'll make them easier for us to wipe them out. I didn't expect it to take this long. The demons have no discipline at all. A bunch of them got bored and came in here to torture the prisoners for fun. I could have handled the guards, but not a whole mob as well. When you came in, I was just weighing my options. Let's save the prisoners. Right, you are Commander. Time for drastic measures. So, we've served up first. Who will be served up first at the table? You. Too much time was spent in the dungeon. It's possible the one-eyed devil in a tavern can no longer be saved. Ooh, it's a decision point. Really is taking us back to like the first part of the game. Must suck to be a normal demon at this point. So I have no idea what... Thanks, Commander. No problemo. Where's the fuck the Bell of Mercy though? I actually don't know. You guys are about to get butchered too.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Come over here so I can kill you, brother.
march on.
Dwezen. He's our king. Poor Sarts, I have so much hope in the commander there. I bet he was eaten by rats long ago.
Make your peace.
We cannot be defeated.
Oh, well, you're gonna have a bad time now.
Into the fray!
I will resist.
Face eyes are open, and you could almost think he was still alive if it weren't for the hole in his temple. The corpse of one-eyed tiefling is cold and damp. It was clearly frozen previously, and only recently ice has given way to rigor mortis. So the tavern keep and that dude are dead though. Well, I mean, that brings his tragic family line to an end at least. I feel like these guys are kind of rigged against because the other place is on the way. Like, you're gonna do it in the order that you run into them. Like, you would need to run past the prison intentionally. Because this is here and that's there, so, you know. Unlucky, I guess. Can I check out my awesome tree? I can see the greenery, but it's blocked off.
Please help me.
Let me leave the big ones to my cringe mage.
Onwards.
A familiar good-haired healer brushes some ash from his sleeve and shakes his head as he inspects a pile of charred demon corpses. They were too stubborn to retreat. Their determination could have helped them in life instead. But instead, it was only led them to ultimate untimely death. I regret having to kill them. Who are you again? The man smiles as there's golden gleam in his eyes. Halexiel, a good dragon, you heeded my advice and spared a young servant of Baphomet instead of killing him. We parted ways, but I promised that we would meet again, and here I am. I have to say, the spirit of the dragon is still strong within you. News of your heroic deeds have spread far and wide. People call you the hope of Mendef, the heroine of the Crusades. Many of them refuse to believe you were dead. They clearly hold you in great esteem. What are you doing here? I debated for a long time whether or not to interfere in Dresden's affair. However, the words of the loyal warrior who remained behind to defend the fortress touched my heart. I was persuaded to get involved, and none too soon, it seems. What happened to the cultist I spared? I heard that he became a healer. I do not know if he worships God Baphomet, but even if he does, I'm certain that he will bring some good into the world. More good into the world than evil. You should be proud of yourself. You chose to spare him. Thanks to your decision, the world now has another caretaker of the afflicted. Come with me, you can help me drive away the demons. You're not leading a large force against a demon, and that leads me to believe that you do not want to attract attention. A gold dragon entering the fray is something that attracts a good deal of attention, trust me. Furthermore, he regards you intently. I wish to see for myself what you have achieved since we last saw each other. I want to observe how a dragon spirit manifested within you. Let's see if I can kill a red dragon after all. Farewell, Commander. This will be a difficult fight, but look within yourself. You will find that your spirit, the spirit of a dragon, cannot be defeated. If you feel the desire to follow Twenelith's example, come and meet me in Dresden after the battle, and if you do not, well, this will be our last meeting. Still haven't actually found the goddamn place. Dude, I just want a death spell, please. I hope I'm not missing the damn bell. Did it say where the bell is? No.
Let's move.
I'm looking this up very quickly just because I want to know. Okay, so from what I'm gathering, it's back at the beginning, and I should have hit it at the beginning. I don't think it matters at all, but I just gotta do it for completionist sake. Land, you can move as fast as the fucking wind. I think it would have made the fights a bit easier, but it doesn't matter, these fights are very easy anyway. I think the horse would have been faster. Yeah, he's pretty fast when he wants to be. Jesus Christ. Okay, there's the bird.
Can't hide from me.
I think something was supposed to hurt him and it didn't, so whatever. I did it. Now come back here.
Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
Look at him go.
Are we in trouble yet? I'm all ears. Always be ready for the worst. Doubt is the heart's greatest challenge.
Follow me.
He's running, Mo. He's running. I mean, they say you shouldn't run with scissors, but he runs with a lawnmower. The storyteller turns to you calmly. Long months have passed, Commander, but even while you were away on another plane, I could hear your brave heart beating. That sound never stopped for a second. Finian laughs. You're a lively one, Grandpa Elf, always finding yourself in the most dangerous spots. But I'm still glad to see you, although you'll be safer tucked up in by a fire somewhere. In a fire somewhere. How have things been? We spent that time serving the Queen for the best of our ability, but a week ago she announced her decision to proceed with the crusade. Many of us came to the conclusion that we could not go with her because we did not believe that you were truly dead. We humbly declined the honor offered to us and remained here awaiting your return. It was an easier decision for me than others. I had encountered you in the abyss and I knew you were alive. But not everyone believed me, and then yesterday I had a vision. I was leafing through the pages that you had collected for me, and I suddenly saw the future. Not the future clamoring to be told by the pages in my hand, but your future, the future of the person who first brought that page to me. Wonder what happens if you never bring him a single page. In my vision, you returned from the abyss, marked by new powers that wound around you like snakes. Your voice made the earth tremble, people and demons dropping to their knees. Naomede herself extended you a helping hand. But the only thing you were concerned with was the whereabouts of the banner and Queen Galfrey had taken with her. The storyteller shakes his head. I know what I saw is difficult to believe, but I am in the habit of trusting my visions. So I hurried to the citadel to lay my hands on some of Queen Galfrey's possession and try to discern where she went and where the banner is now. Do you know where she went? It wasn't easy. I see the Queen's future and her past as if looking through shattered glass. Multiple visions come on, one after another, distorting the picture. The Queen is in mortal danger, at the crossroads of her fate, and every step may prove fatal. But I did not give up, and fortune smiled upon me. I touched her goblet and learned she was leading her army. Her Majesty decided to march on is a bold move, one worthy of a queen who is not accustomed to hiding. This is an utterly anti-scientific method of acquiring information, and that makes it so interesting. I have to conduct a series of experiments involving you, to establish how you react to various objects, to identify patterns in the amount of information you have received from them. The storyteller smiles. You've already said that in exactly those words. You even conducted your experiments. You handed me some shards to hold. Once you brought me a huge club, another time you gave me a live hedgehog. And then you said that the experiment was a failure and immediately forgot all about it. Really? Well, if I decide to forget about it, it must mean that I didn't learn anything of interest. I won't remember this time either. Then he winks and looks around. So, what were we talking about? The place sounds familiar. Can you remind me of the details? The city that hangs over the abyss. It was once a citadel of legendary rulers, the capital of Sarkoros. But now demons are tearing it apart, making a mockery of its former glory. 2/3 of the magnificent streets and proud towers have collapsed into the whirlwind. But the city still holds on, just as Sarkoros holds on, defeated but refusing to die. We must leave this place. It's time for the final battle for Dresden. Yes, your arrival has changed everything. After we lost Dresden, it felt as if the light of hope had left us forever. But you are just like a sort of valor. You are the banner of our victory. There's one more thing, the storyteller pauses for a while. In the shattered fragments that form her fate, I can sense your presence. I'm almost convinced that the Queen could sense it too. No one can say what your next encounter will lead to, but there's one thing I know for certain. Queen Galfrey's fate and yours are tightly intertwined. Oh no, there are too many of them. This is useless, we're done for. Don't fall back, hold the line. A huge oily Nalfshini is waiting for you with his arms folded. Here comes the commander, kids. Ha! So commander, do you like what you see? You've arrived just in time to hear your friends screaming for help. They trusted you and look what happened to them. Do you actually think you can rescue them? Who do you think you are? Who sent the army here? You, beast? We serve our Lord Baphomet, Lord of the Labyrinths. He promised us Dresden, and your skin as a doormat. Only I have the power of life and death over these soldiers. How dare you try to steal that? What's mine? I am rescuing my friends. Friendship. The thing bursts into laughter. I rescued my friends. Now dare you plan to do that, pathetic Galorian maggot. What can you do on your own without your army? Yell inspirational speeches. Oh, I'm scared. And then all the pathetic defenders of Dresden will be inspired and turn into invincible force. Yeah, that's usually how it goes in fairy tales. Do you know what happens next in real life? We will wipe out your army, and you along with it. But I won't kill everyone. I will lock you in a cage and then start torturing your friends. Once I'm done with them, they will come and spit on your face. They will tell themselves what torment you doomed them. They will tell you themselves what torment you doomed them to. You are just a jumped up mortal insect. You are nobody. Yes, I'm immortal. I'm the crown of the Fisk Crusade. This is my city, my people, my destiny. I am the wind of change. You shouldn't have tried to stand in my way. I am a good dragon. My heart is full of compassion, but my spirit is relentless. I will allow those who want to leave go in peace, but those who stay, I will have to destroy. I don't know if it matters, but let's presume it matters. This is probably locking me into the final mythic choice. So we have to decide, what are we? Are we still mythic? Are we still Zada, or are we a Durgan? Are we actually a Durgan all along? That was a secret. If we are Durgan, we lose our Durgan though, so I feel like we kinda get screwed on that. So to be fair, Good Dragon does fit her pretty well, considering how we have played her. She does believe in redemption of all. A Good Dragon, a heart full of compassion. Cookie Dragon wins over Gold Dragon. I'm the wind of change. You shouldn't stand in the stand. I am the wind of change. You shouldn't have tried to stand in my way. Powers rush through your body, almost ripping it apart. The wound in your chest bursts open, a spray of bloody droplets. The might bestowed upon you by the abyss, and a bead of water erupts into this world, and you pay for it in purest agony. The echo of your voice goes over the streets of Dresden, spreading beyond the city, soaring up into the air, and is answered by a chorus of voices that seem to reverberate in every street and alleyway. But is it really just an echo, or perhaps they are indeed the voices of your friends, rushing to help after hearing your call? The dragon is dancing. It's like the Avengers! Oh no. Or Doom Eternal. I've not finished that, seen the end of Doom Eternal. Or actually much of it. So one thing I want to note with that scene, what is actually quite interesting, I don't know if it's the only path, but on my Aeon playthrough, because I mentioned I played Aeon, I played Aeon into Legend, which you saw like there's 3 options, and the first one was Legend. Legend effectively is a fallback no mythic path choice. But on my Aeon playthrough, that's where I decided to go Legend, because I caught upon the power of the Aeons and they pretty much told me to get the fuck out. Like it has a whole scene where nothing happens when you because I did not live up to the Aeon's expectations in my playthrough. So I don't know if the same can happen with other paths or if that's unique to Aeon, because I know they are very picky. But I just wanted to have mentioned that. It was kind of a funny scene, because the dude is like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then you do the legend thing anyway. But yeah, an incredible silence suddenly descended over the city. It is broken by the solemn sound of fanfares that seem to come from far away, somewhere and nowhere all at once. All eyes are turned to the huge stained glass window of the city main cathedral. It begins to glow with soft light. In the next breath, a lone figure steps out of the glass and onto the cobblestone of Dresden.
Knight Commander, at last we meet.
Why have you come here? Know this, I do not recognize your authority. I will not bow to you before any deity. Instant atheism line. I have to do this.
On any other occasion, I would punish you for such disrespect. But that is not why I have come here today.
I do not bow before deity.
I suppose you are asking yourself why I am here. Gods must not interfere directly in the affairs of mortals. But what is happening here, in the World Wound, is no longer the concern of mortals alone. And this is proof. This fortress has witnessed so many horrors and miracles. It makes me wonder how it still stands.
Yes, it is quite... The fortress has seen shit, mate.
Goodness and the light of hope are not unknown to you, but you mix them with recklessness. And the power that feeds this recklessness is dangerous. You have achieved victory by uniting outcasts and pariahs. But where are you leading them? And what will your beautiful promises of freedom cost you? But I did not come here to reproach you, or to bewail the fate of the unfortunate defenders of Dresden. I wish to stop the forces of evil and defend Golarion, both from Dascari's violent rage and from Nocticula's insidiousness. But that is not my only goal. I have come here to restore justice, for justice is the birthright of all. That's why I hail you as a heroine who has triumphed over the demons many times. At the same time, I grieve for you, as for a soul that is caught in a web of demonic deceit and villainy.
You're right, but what can I do about it? I've achieved more in my crusade than any crusade has achieved in 100 years, so if you think you're going to criticize me for using my power, think again. Well, I did to acquire my power from deep... Maybe I did acquire my power from a deepest source, but I follow my own path. Such a heartwarming concern. I would say the fourth one.
You may think so, but alas, this is not true. It can be, however, if you accept my help. In that moment, when my poor Herald was being torn apart by monsters, he found the strength to send me a message about what he had learned in the Abyss. You were in Alushanira, where you spoke with the Lady in Shadow and the Architect of the World Wound. They confessed what they had done to you, but they did not reveal the whole truth. Both you and this unfortunate world will have to pay dearly for the power that they so generously bestowed upon you. But all is not yet lost. That is why I have come.
The voice of Dresden shake again. And with a ringing laugh, a black shadow appears before the shining goddess, Nocticula in a flash. Standing beside her is Arida Warlish, who stares at the goddess with ice-cold rage in her eyes.
Who here has been taking my name in vain? Ah, it's you, the Inheritor. What's this? Our worst fears have come to pass. The gods are flocking to Golarion. This merry little tinderbox could ignite at any moment, reducing the material plane to dust.
I did not come here to fight.
Oh, really? I didn't realize you were good for anything else. Forgive me, that was unfair of me. Judging by your successes over the last 100 years, fighting is not your forte. After all, the wound is still there, as far as I know. So why are you here? If you have come to meddle in my affairs, don't expect me simply to stand aside.
This party's getting started now. Who's next to arrive? Kaylin, perhaps? I don't want to listen to you, Ion, when they leave. I have nothing to discuss with either of you. I'm ready to hear what you want to tell me. Who's gonna arrive next? You guys are all not deities to me anyway.
The two of us will be more than enough. Listen to what I have to tell you. If she wishes to be present for this conversation, so much the better. Do you hear me, Nocticula? You and your servant are under no obligation to leave. I have come here to shed the light of truth. Let us see if you both can withstand its merciless radiance. I cannot change the flow of mortal history by force. After all, the world wound is their doing, although committed at the behest of the Abyss. But sometimes force is unnecessary, and truthful words are all it takes.
The goddess who was mortal not so long ago is eager to judge us for our sins now. My sin, to be precise. What lies behind your eagerness, proud Iomade? Righteous wrath? Or perhaps fear? Watch out. A simple mortal woman has learned how to grant powers to others. Powers which are beyond the wildest dreams of many Imperial lords. This must be stopped, forbidden, taken away immediately. After all, what need will we have for all these arrogant gods once we become their equals?
Silence. It is impolite to interrupt your elders. But you know, Inheritor, she does have a point. What are you going to do now? Break my weapon, which has made so many victories possible, and only because she received that weapon from my profane hands, and the entire affair must therefore be profane also? What real reasons do you have? Save those born of your envy, your capriciousness, and your suspicions?
My reasons are quite real, as you well know. That is why you appeared here in such haste, is it not? You have woven a delicate lace of half-truths, Nocticula. From you and your servant, the Knight Commander has learned that she is bound to the world wound, that she is slowly dying because of its influence, and that she is yet capable of closing it. But you withheld a crucial piece of information. You never told her that closing the wound won't save her from death. For this lock will destroy the key to which it is bound. The one who closes the world wound will die along with it.
That is true. I tried to tell you back in Illusionera, but I was not allowed to. It is an unavoidable consequence of this process. To stitch two planes together as I have stitched Galarian and the Abyss, the soul of a mortal must be woven with the essence of the Abyss. To undo this seam, the original soul, the key, must be ripped apart. No one could survive such a process.
Don't underestimate griffins. Goddess, what can you... In other words, if I die, if I don't close the wounds, and I die if I do close it. Nocticula, you were trying to hide this. What if I reject this power? What if I'm willing to sacrifice my life? Failing to understand the rules of the game, Goddess, can you help me cleanse my soul of the influence of the Abyss? I die either way.
It is true. Now do you see the perils of accepting a demonic gift? No matter how much power the Abyss gives you, that power will always be tainted by lies and misfortune. This is the justice I promised you. The right to know the whole truth, and not to be a plaything in the hands of abyssal spawn.
You're trying to hide this?
Trying, you say? I successfully hid the truth from you for as long as I deemed necessary. Are you expecting me to explain myself? My goal is to close the world wound, not to grant you a happily ever after.
What if I reject the power?
You will live.
You will lose everything that makes life worth living.
You will spoil a brilliant endeavor and destroy the lives of thousands of mortals who will be devoured by the legions of demons coming from the Abyss. Aside from that, you won't do anything extraordinary at all.
What if I'm going to sacrifice my life if me closing the void wound?
Oh, how noble. For a brief moment, I even felt some regret that we demons are incapable of such lovely feelings. You see now, Inheritor, my little protege has more nobility in her than you expected. Shame on you.
This nobility is exactly why I came here. To help the Knight Commander learn the truth, and to show her that she has been used. Besides, I do not believe that you have been acting for selfless reasons, Lady in Shadow. Honesty and nobility have never counted among your virtues. You own the main source of Nahindrian crystals, and your servant Arilu has learned how to break the laws of the universe with their help. Can it be that the ruler of darkness and mistress of assassins has not conceived a way to use this formidable gift for her own benefit?
Accusations, suspicions, all completely hollow, just like your bright-eyed pretty little head. It's a pity you inherited Eridan's sword, but not his sharp mind. I have but one goal now. To stop the armies of that lecherous billy goat and that gluttonous bug from strutting around my domain as if it were their own. I don't give a fig whether it will help mortals or hurt them. If the enemy of your enemy makes you a mutually beneficial proposition, you would have to be a complete idiot to say no.
Can you help me cleanse myself?
Arilu has planted a piece of the abyss itself in your soul. The only thing that can cleanse the soul of such a taint is that same soul. But I will be near. I will show you how to root out the demonic corruption. I am not a demon, and I do not offer any simple solutions. You will have to go your own way, no matter where it leads.
Well, at least I'm starting to understand the rules of this game.
Yes. The power that Nahindrian crystals grant you will bring about nothing but your own demise. The branches of the Tree of Sin are vast and verdant, but its only fruit is death. You will not be able to save yourself unless you reject everything that has been foisted upon you. Now you know everything.
No, we're not quite finished with the revelations yet. Few secrets remain to be revealed, but they will be worth the wait. Does this look familiar? Do you remember the similar wound above your own heart? I have given you enough hints. Come on, ask me the question I have been waiting for.
With a flick of the witch's wrist, something changes in her. As if a veil has fallen, one so thin it's almost invisible, but which had clouded your vision nonetheless. Now you can see what was hidden before, a deep open wound above Arilu's chest. The wound pulsates as blood drips from it. I see the wound because of you, Arilu, implanted the essence of the abyss in my soul when you expanded the world wound. My question is, why do you have similar wound? Could it be because you used your own soul as a key when you first opened the wound?
That's right. And this means that the world wound actually has 2 keys.
Good question. Just imagine. I have wasted so much time chasing the key to the world wound, and the key was right under my nose this whole time. Arilu, my love, come over here.
Natikla looks at Arilu with fresh eyes, predatory curiosity written on her face. Arilu does not look like someone who has been cornered. Without a trace of fear, she gives a faint nod and then makes barely discernible gesture with her hand and disappears as if she was never there.
Wait! I said wait! That little bitch. I knew she would betray me sooner or later, but I never expected such an idiotic stunt. But everything seems to be falling into place quite nicely. You see, you don't have to die after all. Arilu opened the world wound, and Arilu will be the one who closes it, whether she likes it or not. Although, someone will need to catch her first, and this will require certain powers.
Yes, Arilu Vorlesh will pay for her crimes with her life. Her flight confirms that our suppositions were correct. But now we know that the world wound can be sealed with her blood. You have no reasons to remain indebted to the Abyss and indulge the Queen of the Succubi. Reject her gift, and secure your victory while being the person you were before Arilu Vorlesh corrupted you. Win as a mortal, and become a legend among mortals.
She's talking rubbish. True, we gave you the power, but it was you who chose how to wield it. It belongs to you, and it will remain yours, so you can do whatever you want with it. But first, you must use it to close the world wound. You aren't going to catch this world's most powerful witch, and a half-demon one at that, with your bare hands, are you?
Both of the goddess and demon lord stared at you expectantly. I've made my decision. Before I make my decision, I want to ask Ayamane some questions.
Ask, and you shall have your answers.
You gained your own power from a starstone. How is mine any different?
My ascension was not accomplished in one day, and even the test of the Starstone was only one of its stages. I did not merely gain power, I embraced a sacred duty. Your power, on the other hand, stems not from long hours of study, not from trials. It is not the natural talent you were born with and carefully honed throughout your life. It is the result of an evil soul's deranged experiment with the blood of dead abyssal lords.
You imprisoned an entire host of angels inside the Waterstone. Why did you do that?
Every one of my angels volunteered for that mission. They all knew what kind of watch they were going to keep. They knew that it would be a hard and exhausting battle, but that the lives of mortals throughout Golarion would depend on it. Alas, angels' minds can be as fragile as the minds of mortals. In less than 100 years, many wavered and wished to break the oath they had sworn. I do not blame them. I blame myself for allowing them to take on a burden that was too heavy for them.
Jeez, that's a lot of... Did you send your Harry to follow me to the abyss, or did he go of his own free will?
He acted on his own noble impulse, and I did not stop him. I also did not try to dispel his misconception about you being my chosen one. I do not lie, but both celestial beings and mortals can be mistaken.
She doesn't lie, sure. She merely withholds some of the truth. For the noblest of reasons, of course.
Yes, should have had rotation. Come on, this is basic logic, Ayomide. Do you know what happened to your Herald?
My herald, my loyal companion, was captured, and now demons are using him to attack Dresden. They're holding him in the Ivory Labyrinth, Baphomet's realm of the Abyss. It is a place I cannot go, not even to save my faithful friend. For doing so would start an interplanar war. Right now, as we speak, Baphomet's servants are torturing the hand of the Inheritor. Tormented and anguished, he reaches for you with his thoughts and his soul. I cannot tell if he sees you as a great unfulfilled hope or a last chance. But Baphomet knows well how to exploit such desperate yearning. He has turned my herald into a source of power to open temporary portals. They do not last long, but they lead from the dungeon where the hand of the Inheritor suffers, right to your doorstep. Baphomet does not need to lead his armies through the rifts. Now he can send them right here. As long as my poor herald remains in the hands of that monster, this will not stop. I cannot say if it is still possible to save him, or if putting him out of his misery is the only way. I cannot openly ask you to intervene. But if you decide to do so, you will be helping both yourself and the one who chose the martyr's path when he followed you into the abyss.
Yes, it was. Ever since I acquired the powers, everyone has believed me to be Ayamode's chosen. Why didn't you do anything to dispel the misunderstanding?
At first, I did not know who you were, or where your powers originated. This was revealed to me only when my herald offered up his dying prayer from the depths of the abyss. And following his desperate plea, I sought to confirm my suspicions. Until that point, I had observed you without intervening. After all, your crusade was securing victories, the first Golarion had seen in many years, so even if it was not I who had sent you into battle, it felt unfair to undermine you.
In other words, our Imperial guest had no problem with your power, as long as she didn't know where it came from. She didn't even share her suspicions with her own herald. And after all that, someone dares to claim that demons are the most deceitful creatures?
You should not blame someone else if you base your accusations on vague suspicions rather than solid proof. You call my behavior deceitful. You, of all creatures, who kept the commander ignorant of the fate you had chosen for her? Indeed, the insolence of demons knows no bounds.
A demon lord stands before you. Why don't you destroy her right now and here?
I could. But then every other demon lord would decide that he or she was next and stand against me. In response to that, the Imperial Lords would take up arms. Then Hell, Heaven, and Elysium would join the conflict. A war would break out, one which mortals could not hope to survive.
Why if you decide to descend to the world of mortals?
As I have already said, I am here to open your eyes to Nocticula's lies and to prevent more calamities in the future. You are at a crossroads now. I will not force you to do anything, but you needed to learn the truth and have the chance to cleanse yourself.
So here are two contexts in which I wonder how this would be different. I mean, there's a few, but the main... What if you are actually Iomade, like praying to Iomade, if your chosen god? Would that influence us? Because it'd be kind of hard to go against Iomade as an Iomade bitch. But also, what if you're on the angel route? Would things be different? Because it's like, I feel like it'd be very hard to roleplay the angel route if God is literally telling you not to be an angel anymore. So I wonder if there's any like difference in the tone that she comes at you with. Why did Rilu do everything possible to lead us to the idea that she was a key too?
The impulses that drive a soul as black as hers are beyond my comprehension. Perhaps she was startled by my arrival and decided not to bother keeping a secret that was bound to be revealed. Or perhaps she is up to some cunning scheme. Be on your guard. The architect of the World Wound will surely try to bring you down. For if she truly is a key, then it must mean that she will die sooner or later due to the influence of her own horrible creation. And that means that sacrificing you is her only chance of survival.
Explain to me again, how exactly do you help cleanse me?
Aurilu has planted a piece of the Abyss itself in your soul. The only thing that can cleanse the soul of such a taint is that same soul. But I will be near. I will show you how to root out the demonic corruption. I am not a demon, and I do not offer any simple solutions. You will have to go your own way, no matter where it leads. It is time to make your decision then.
Particularly, I have questions for you.
If you have questions, ask away.
Why you try to hide the fact that closing World Wound would kill me?
Because if I'd told you the truth, you would have refused to do it. But you're not angry with me, are you? After all, everything has worked out perfectly fine. We found another key. So now you can live and enjoy your life. Provided that you catch Aurilu, of course.
You've decided to use Aurilu to close the World Wound. Do you still want me to keep my powers?
Of course I do. Firstly, you'll need those powers to catch Aurilu and bring her to Threshold. Surely you don't think she'll willingly fall into your hands, and the demonic hordes will politely make way for you. And secondly, the powers Aurilu gave you protect you from dying before your time. None of us want the wound to kill you prematurely. You are extremely useful to me alive. After all, if you let Aurilu slip through your fingers, we can always go back to the original plan for closing the wound.
Which is killing me. Aurilu deliberately told us she was a key. Why?
Apparently, she understood that her secret was about to be revealed anyway, so she decided to leave in style. What human female over 100 years old wouldn't feel flattered at being the center of attention? Although she could have other reasons. She obviously wanted us to understand everything and immediately rush off in pursuit of her. She's probably been preparing for a war of all against all for a long time, and now she wants to wage it on her own terms. Expect treachery and traps wherever you go.
Where could she have fled?
No, let's think. She's hidden in the Abyss before. She won't dare to return there now. Not only to my realm, but to any other either. Even if Baphomet and Discari both take it upon themselves to guard Aurilu personally, that won't stop me from sneaking in, slitting her throat, and leaving undetected. And she knows that. If I were her, I would hide in a place where the powers of her enemies were uncertain, and her own power was close to unlimited. say you should look for her here, in the World Wound.
Aren't you afraid?
Tut tut, how rude! I wouldn't say the girl is that hideous. I admit her face is far from perfect. Her body too, to be honest. But all in all, not bad. I've seen worse.
Your theatrics are too transparent to offend me, demon. At least, they can hardly offend me more than the very fact of your existence.
Do you plan to use me to become a goddess yourself?
That is nothing but the wild speculation of a little girl who gained celestial power through no merit of her own and now fears that others may do the same, forcing her to share her place in the spotlight. Do I want to become a goddess? Of course I do. Who wouldn't? Can you help me with that? Sadly, no. Of course, Arilu used to blather on about how her brilliant invention could bake gods like pies. But between you and me, the cleverer the inventor, the larger their ego becomes. So far, she hasn't managed to create anything stronger than you. And no offense, but you're no match for any deity.
Oh, come now. I'm sure I could beat the deity up with enough teammates. If I have like 50 griffins, I have no more questions.
Very well. It's time for you to make your decision.
I want to
then.
ask my companions.
Perhaps your power came from the abyss, but your beautiful soul has cleansed it of all evil. Don't reject this power, for you have already proved that you are worthy of it.
Aw, nice Arilu.
Being around you is so much fun. The whole world is ablaze, war is raging, but even those who are on the verge of dying smile when they see you. This power is good. Perhaps it was evil before, but you have made it good. Don't throw it away.
As a cave monster who's going to grow old and die in about 10 years' time, I can tell you this. There's no power in the world that's worth selling yourself out to the abyss for. Being the invincible companion of the magical commander was fun and all, but we don't need it. It doesn't really matter how much magic they've heaped on you. You're the commander because you have the heart and mind of a true commander. Screw your power. Don't betray yourself. That way, we'll win.
I don't see any reason for deliberation. Your power is chaotic and capricious, and it originates from a demonic source. I doubt you can even control it. Heed the words of the goddess. Reject it. And then we will hunt down Arilu Vorlesh and deliver the punishment she deserves.
It's not my place to gainsay the will of my goddess, but the thing is, I can sense evil. And I don't sense it in your power at all. I just don't. Whatever those horned monsters had planned for you, you definitely aren't playing by their rules.
That's pretty funny to have Sela go against her own goddess. Sela looks a little confused, but her voice is firm.
You gave hope to the Crusaders in their darkest hour, even when all seemed lost and only despair and death lay ahead. With these powers, you have saved countless lives, and you will save more. Of course you must keep them.
Someone pinch me. We are standing in the presence of the most pompous goddess in the world, debating whether we should listen to her or send her packing along with her invaluable opinions. I shall remember this moment for the rest of my life. Even as I stand in Pharasma's court, I shall tell this story to anyone who will listen. As for your question, by all means, tell her to go to the abyss. The power is yours.
You just went up like 4 points.
I hate it when they corner you and demand answers out of you. But fine, I'll tell you what I think.
What if cast a sideways glance at Media and Vince's?
With you, I've always had my freedom, Chief. You never hurt me, never tried to bully me, never made me follow any rules. Freedom matters more than anything to you, just like it does to me. But who can really be free? Whoever's strong enough, that's who. I say take all the power they give you. It's easy for them to say, they're not common mortals. But folks like us, we really understand the difference between the powerful and powerless. Remember Ala Shanira and the advice you gave me? I accepted that power, and I've never regretted it.
Technically, I just fucking didn't speak at all, and you had a little fit, but whatever.
Experience tells me that it's wiser to trust yourself and your own abilities. You can't trust what clients tell you. One day you're a hero, the next you're working for the enemy. Sorry, but it all looks like a setup to me. First they tell you to lay down your weapons, and then, once you're unarmed, they finish you off in some back alley.
Your powers are interesting from a theoretical point of view. You are an experiment started by Arilu Vorlesh, and terminating it before it is complete would be foolish, not to mention impolite.
Very impolite.
Listen to the goddess, War Chief. And if you won't listen to her, then listen to me. You don't need these thrice cursed powers. You're the strongest of the strong, and the bravest of the brave, even without the gifts of a mad sorceress.
I will say, only 2 people on this party did not want me to keep the power. 3 people on this party. Lan, Ulbrich, and Midget Dude. But that hurts, because I'm gonna have to betray Ulbrich. The dream could just not... Like, maybe I should have let him go after all. The dream cannot live. I've made my decision.
I am waiting for your answer. I hope you will choose wisely.
Quite right. Make your choice, and make it the right one.
Wait, this is where you actually decide then. So I think the other thing was just you had the unlocked options. But yeah. You go legend path. The thing is, I've played through the legend path before. It's not bad or whatever, but I mean, I don't know if I feel inclined to do the same thing again, even though it would be pretty funny. But legend, you lose all of your mythic powers, but you gain another 20 levels immediately, so you become level 40 character. Effectively. Like, you don't get that immediately, but you effectively get another 20 levels, so you become a level 40 character. Which, I mean, has its appears building wise, but I mean, you just become a truly powerful human being. Or whatever, normal being. We have the Zada. And we have the Gold Dragon, which we also unlocked. This is where you would, effectively at this point you can either stay on your path, or go to any of the endgame paths you have unlocked. Which are Gold Dragon. I actually don't know entirely how it works, to be honest. I don't know, because I think there are other paths you might be able to switch to later, because I don't think you would do Devil at this point, but whatever. It doesn't matter. For us, what matters is that I've Gold Dragon, Azata, and Legend. The Gold Dragon is mighty, almost omnipotent creature that possesses power beyond all others. The Gold Dragon is the embodiment of goodness, hope, and redemption. Gain ability Breath Realm, Gold Dragon form. Does it show me the tree? It does show me here. Perfect body. Gold Dragon gains immunity to poison. Gain a dragon feet, Gold Dragon form. You can assume the form of a Gold Dragon, you gain the following abilities. Legend, I don't think I actually... Yeah, I can't really see anything, you just become, and then... I can also stay on the Azata path. Well, Azata would keep the Cookie Dragon around. None of the others keep the Cookie Dragon around directly. I will say that the Cookie Dragon actually does show up in Legend. But much less, like, it's effectively just for a very short cameo. Because Legend, I think, cameos most, if not all, the other people show up in the Legend path for the finale, effectively, of the game. That's at least what the impression I got, but I know that I'd seen her there. Gold Dragon, I don't know how that interacts with the Cookie Dragon. The thing is, I actually know the Gold Dragon, they wanted to rework. It's a one path that is currently people are complaining about, because it's effectively how it was on release and it was kind of half finished. So I don't. So that one is kind of weird to go into, but I would have done it. Like I would still have been interested in seeing it. But if we are determined to see Cookie Dragon, then I will stay on Azada. Which I need another mythic ability. Superpower, so we need the last superpower, which I think I will just grab the might. And we grab the last space, I don't care. So I never got to see this level of mythic because like I said I went legend at this point, so it will be interesting. Choices made. You have to do. All you have to do is announce it to everyone. One thing I kinda don't like is that this is not very well set up for like safe scumming and looking at the different options. Because you have this epic long conversation tree and then you make the choice. It should autosave just before it, unless it did and I'm stupid, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Like that is usually kind of thing I would like to do, but yeah. Mythic power, mythic path. Perhaps I could have rejected the power, but how can I abandon my people and my dragon? Dragon lives matter. I would say this game has great replayability value because I already want to see all the other stuff. But my dragon is mine. But yeah, okay, so at this point though, you could not have picked Devil and you could not have picked Swarm. So it's pretty funny because you could still eat your dragon after this. Because that's what I was thinking, because Devil happens later. And Swarm would also have to happen later. But yeah.
Your pride will destroy you, and perhaps all of Golarion with you. But I shall not intervene now, so as to avoid causing even more suffering to this world. Farewell.
She's just jealous of my dragon, okay?
You are the embodiment of the Song of Elysium, a living symphony of freedom and joy.
It would have been so foolish for you to reject your powers. So many victories, so many achievements lie ahead for you. Well, go now. Capture Arilu, and prove which of you is making the best use of her invention. I'll be watching you.
Demon Lord blows your kiss and disappears. It's probably the longest loading screen we've had in the game. I think it's because it's redoing the whole city. Grumbling under her breath, Anivia picks a burr from her clothes, wipes colorful chemical goo off her sleeve, empties acorns out of her pocket and shakes something that looks suspiciously like confetti out of her hair. Just look at this, you left the city at mercy of 3 crusaders and see what they've done. I don't know if they're manning the defenses or rehearsing a circus act. But I'm not really mad, of course. I gave the demons such a thrashing they probably haven't even come to yet. Erebus would lose her mind if she sees everything they've done to her beloved barracks. I need to be the first to see her and tell her everything. Ease her into it, you know. Prepare the ground, put things in perspective. Anivia smiles, either pleased at having banished the demons, or imagining the reunion with her wife. It's good that you're not mad at me, Anivia. Wait, I mean, you see, that came out wrong. I didn't mean to say that I was the one who wrecked the barracks. She's so massive now. Did everybody make it through alright? Well, how should I put it? I wasn't planning on to start whining right off. But your gang's been running amok around here ever since they drove the demons off. They've been fighting among themselves. Some even tried to swipe what the demons had already looted from the houses. I restored order, knocked a few heads together. But they had plenty to say about that, let me tell you. According to them, I don't respect the heroes that saved the city. We try to be more careful. No, careful is boring. Even the word is boring. I keep forgetting it exists. You think just because you're going bigger by the day, you don't gotta listen to Aunt Anivia anymore? Well, I've news for you, Missy. I mean, that is kind of scary. This is like Spike in that one episode, but less stupid. But if the dragon just growing exponentially every fucking day. Glad to see that life has been restored. Me too. You can smell it in the air even. It smells like spring already. Anivia turns her head and takes a sniff. What's the situation at the front? Unknown. Her Majesty mustered all the troops she could, raised a sort of valor, and advanced on the demons. There's been no word from her since she left. Perhaps she's boldly taking ills even now. Maybe her bones have already been picked clean by the demons. We don't know, and I doubt anybody except you will be able to find out. But that's not all. Baphomet's minions keep taking swipes at us. The scumbags are holed up somewhere, the Ivory Labyrinth, I bet. They keep opening portals in different spots, dropping off a dozen units and then closing the portal before we can get to them. We've lost more scouts than I care to admit before we figure out how they're pulling that little trick. So here's what I'm thinking. Maybe you could get to one of those portals in time. You could be ready for them somehow. So that when one opens, you get inside and crack some scores. They might even be holding that poor Harold in there. If he's alive, you can free him. How do you feel about seeing the goddess in the flesh? My ears are still ringing from the trumpets. I've been witnessing that side. I don't think I could ever be surprised by anything. As you just heard, I have to catch Arilo. Do you know where to look for her? Not especially. She's been roaming the abyss all this time. But now that avenue's close to her. Nonticula and the other demon lords are all slaving for a piece of her. I think she's somewhere around here, in the wound. Some nasty place like Is, or maybe she went as far as Threshold. An entire army of demons enhanced by Neridian Questus was sent here. It's being led by a demon named Mustafa. Do you know anything? Scouts reported that the movement of a large demon army was seen to the southwest of Dresden. They were marching across the dried out lake that used to be Tsiconian's holy place. There used to be Tsiconian's holy place there, I heard. But where they went nobody knows. They're not headed for us, that's for sure. At least not yet. Thanks for the report. Good luck, Commander. Let's do what nobody else has managed. Kick the demons back to the abyss through the huge rift. Through the huge rifts you can find. Hugest rift you can find. Only you know what? No matter what happens out there, make sure you come back. My gut tells me that soon Dresden will be playing host to weird and wonderful folk from all over the world. Somebody gotta be here to meet them. And sorry, but I don't want to be that somebody, Anivia smiles. Well, somebody gotta show the regular Crusaders, not the free Crusaders, what springtime's like in the World Wound. In other words, make sure you come back. Anivia hesitates and then adds a little sheepishly, and grab Erebus and drag her back here if you find her, alright? Or else Desna only knows what will happen to her out there. Are you finished talking about boring stuff now? Let's go and talk to our friends on the island now. We need to see how they're doing and ask them if somebody showed up there. Somebody we last saw in the abyss. And anyway, it's been a long time since Anaka gave me candy. We have got to go, it's important.
Commander, we wanted to bend your ear about something. There's a highly delicate matter that we can't resolve on our own.
We
were just arguing about which one of us you'd choose if you had to. You know, hypothetically speaking, of course. Want to help us settle the debate?
See here, War Chief. You're dear to me like no other. But if things keep going the way they are now, our love's going to end either in tears if we're lucky here, or in blood. So make your choice. Pick one of us. Better to break things off now and stay friends and allies, or else before you know it there'll be jealousy, suspicions, accusations, daggers in the back. Oh, that unpleasantness.
So it does force your hand. Do I really have to choose only one?
We're talking purely hypothetically here, of course. But I'd have to turn down your proposal. I guess you could say that on this issue, I'm a stickler for tradition.
You're gonna die in like 10 years, Lan. Don't be a douche.
I thought the same when I was a young man. I have a big heart. Isn't there enough love in it for more than one person? For a while, everything was great, but then things took a turn. No, I won't be getting caught up in that again. So don't even ask.
Okay, so all the mythic stuff can go fuck itself. Which one are we romancing? The thing is, that was an easy oil break until he walked out on me like a complete douche nozzle. I'm still salty over that. Like, like that kind of offended me deeply. So, but I still feel like it's probably gonna oil break. But I will say that did like in real life, if someone did that, I would be done with them. I've like fuck that. Lan never like bitched me out for things I didn't even really have any say in. But I can also argue that that was just a poor writing decision. Like outside of that one moment, I think Ulbricht's my guy. Like it's still a game written by people. I can argue that it was just a poorly written moment. And we had all the moments as Ulbricht. Like I feel so emotionally attached to Ulbricht, relatively speaking, that I just. This is like really, if it wasn't for that one moment, this would be very easy for me. He's a Griffin man. I got my biases, okay? I'm not. I'm totally not a furry TM, but I'm a brony and we have Griffins, so that counts. Not really a lizard man kind of dude. The other thing is that realistically, I just don't think this would work out with Ulbrich anyway, because he hates my powers. He was very like aggressively against my powers. Lan was kinda against it too, but I could see, like Lan is way less extreme on his perspective on that. Well, give me a final opinion. I think we have given our cases for both. Really, the thing is that Lan would be the really ironic romance, because I did not mean to try romance him at all. He he just forced himself into this romance continuously, and it works out for him. That would be really funny in a way. It's like he just pretended he was romancing me, and then that made it him. Yeah, with Lan is kind of understandable. He has his own demon problems, and even then Lan was a lot more like, you don't need it, you're cool no matter what. While Ulbrich was like, hey, don't be a bitch, power, don't do drugs, kids. I'm leaving the decision to you, that we know which it is. Lan it is then. Wow, this is like the biggest plot twist in the whole game, by the way. I did not at any point in this plotline expect us to be going for land over Ulbrich. Land, speaking purely hypothetical for the purpose of your debate, I will pick you.
Really? I mean, thank you for answering. We couldn't have settled that little debate without you. I should have put some money on it. I'd be rich now.
That's the way to do it. Straight and honest. Know this, War Chief. I'm not offended. I hold no grudge against anyone.
Yeah, now I wish I'd actually kicked him out of my... Like, I wish I'd said the other thing and stuck to it. I might just kick him out either way. Oof. Reggie looks a little more tense than usual. Sophia, I had fairly important news. I will do my best to be brief. The Hellknight Orders have not reacted well to the developments I mentioned in my latest report, especially regarding the true source of your power. The very notion that we have been cooperating with the realm forged by really warlish in particular has caused discontent. The Order has not issued an official edict, but many chapters and high-ranking knights have been recalled from the assignments and barricade themselves in one of our outposts. The one you know, in fact. I suggest you go there and resolve the issue between the Order and the Crusaders. It's a matter of importance. How could you even think of us reporting this? What kind of reaction should I expect? Any, up to including a formal declaration of war, which is why you must go to the outpost and resolve the issue before it dissolves into open conflict. Very well, I will go as soon as possible. That is all I have to report. I will return to my duties, and you may attend to your affairs. Sophie, the succubus gazes at you despondently. She always speaks quietly, but now her voice is barely audible visible. In my dreams, the fire destroyed almost everything. The only thing that survived was a table. I've returned to my dream world so many times. The nightmare still lurks there. But I want to understand why this table is so important. Why did it survive the fire? I can't figure out what makes it special. It looks like it's a simple piece of furniture. It just stands there. What is it supposed to mean? What am I doing wrong? Is the nightmare still attacking you? Not only, it lurks in shadows, gnawing at my soul from within. Never leaves me alone, but it hasn't tried to fight me. Would you like to enter your dream again? Perhaps Desna can help you solve the riddle. But she's the one who asked me to solve it. I don't think she's going to answer. I must find the answer for myself. Where did the table come from? Where did it come from? Oh, I remember. There was a loaf of bread on the table. That was Anivia's dream, remember? She said she wanted to learn how to bake. The bread went up in flames along with the other fragments of my dreams. But the table remained. Would you like me to enter the dream? I don't think that will help. We have already been there together. No, there must be something else. I must look at it from a different side. And how do you find the other side of a dream? The other side of a dream is called reality. Perhaps this table represents something that you're supposed to do in real life. You might be right, Ari Shulei brightly considers. What exactly should I do? Find a table? Buy one? Perhaps I should learn to craft? Learn the craft of a carpenter and make one myself. So many possibilities. I don't know where to begin. If it comes from Anivia, maybe we should talk to her. I've been living among mortals for a while now, but there's still so much I don't understand about your kind. How you live, what you dream of. You're right. We should talk to Nivea. It's part of her dream after all. That's a good idea, but could you please talk to her instead? I don't know how to begin a conversation like this. It's so personal. Please ask her and I will stay nearby. Commander, the Inquisitor greets you with a bow. I am sincerely gladdened by your return. I was delighted to hear of the recent victories. It's a shame that my duty has kept me away from the front line. I would like to take up a place in the ranks of the Crusade. Perhaps I will still have a chance to do so, but before that happens, we must address another issue. I suppose that you've already guessed what brought me here. We parted ways after a discovery we made in Count Aeldon's estate. You and I both know the Count became a conduit for an unknown entity, which I call the Other. I retreated to Nerosian and went beyond Mendev's border, looking for mention of such an entity and ways to fight them. Now, my search has borne fruit. I'm ready to tell you about it. Why it takes so long? Because we were dealing with a rare phenomenon and a true anomaly. The Mendev Inquisition has amassed substantial experience in fighting demons. But here we are up against something completely different. I had to trawl through the archive searching for cases that seemed in any way similar. I sent inquisitors to friendly temples and searched out beyond our nation borders to experts on the unknown. It was dull and painstaking work, but it was necessary. What have you learned? I must be honest, I still don't know what it is. However, I've managed to find some evidence of a similar incident. Individuals who, in a horrible moment of their life, became a gateway to an unknown entity. The most curious part is that all these cases appear almost sequential. They happened in various corners of Galorian, but no two incidents ever occurred at the same time. This led me to think that we are dealing with a single entity, one that has been secretly present in our world for a long time, merely changing its gateway on occasion. But I do not know what the entity is. I managed to find something of great value. A Varian alchemist managed to pick up the trail of the other and invented a ritual to weaken and bind it. He died under suspicious circumstances. Her decapitated body was found in her laboratory, but her head was never found. But her notes survived, including the description of the ritual. I've discussed it with several highly esteemed experts in magic, and I'm inclined to consider it a reliable weapon. We can use the ritual to lure the entity out, bind it, and promptly exterminate it. But to do so, we need your assistance, Commander. How do we do it? We must carefully prepare the ritual and bring the Count to the designated location. The ritual will lure the other, weaken its connection with the Count, and bind essence to our world like an anchor. The last part is the essential part. All evidence indicates that while the gateway is active, the other can travel freely between the material plane and some unknown space that lies beyond. If we fail to bind the other with the ritual, it will either escape or in worst case scenarios drag us into its realm. Hence we must lure it out, and then, I suppose, defeat it. There's one more issue. Aside from the fact that we have to fight the incredibly powerful and horrific creature, the other's suspicion must not be aroused until the very moment, and that means the Count must know nothing as well. The best course of action would take the Count to the designated location without telling him the reason for the journey. Then we must frighten him and make it appear that his life is in danger. The other will believe that the gateway is in peril, and then, I hope, it will show up to protect it. The ritual circle will work as a trap, but it's crucial, and I stress it, that we convince the entity that we know nothing of its existence, that it is Devon who is in danger, not the entity itself, otherwise there's no knowing what may happen. I don't want to give the adversary any chance to maneuver. Why do you think the other will appear to protect Devon? The Count has been in danger many times. Nothing has happened. You have a special connection with your companions. You share part of your mythic power with them. They journey through the abyss with you and survive to tell the tale. I believe the other understands this. It must understand how dangerous it would be if you were to become not a benefactor but an enemy to its gateway. I'm certain that it will react to a threat coming from you as opposed to ordinary encounters with demons and cultists. How dangerous is it? It's extremely dangerous, which is why I've come up with this. All the evidence I've collected on the other, in particular the list of its victims, which include powerful demons and strong mortal mages, make me certain that we're dealing with something extraordinary here. It is stronger and more dangerous than Balos and other generals of the Abyss. I suspect that the oracle power of the Count has developed come from the other. As a rule, only gods, Empyrean lords, and other extremely powerful beings are capable of granting such abilities. I know no one except for you who could challenge such an entity, so I'm asking for your help, for the safety of all who dwell in Galorian. However, I believe that we can shore up our strategic position if the other doesn't suspect we're preparing a trap until the very last moment. Even the most dangerous of creatures becomes more vulnerable when caught off guard. The main thing we must do is take a methodical approach and stay alert. I think that is within our ability. I'm sure the other is hostile, and all this time has never tried to attack me. I'm certain that the entity is dark and truly evil. All evidence and my instincts as an Inquisitor are undeniable. Wherever the other manifests itself, strange and ominous things happen. In particular, I'm positive that it's responsible for the magically decapitated corpses, the ones we found in Heaven's Age after a tragedy and Cannabis after the Sky's attack. In both places, some of the corpses belonged to victims, to civilians, and others to demons. In Cannabis, some of the victims were cultists. I'm convinced that the other is pursuing some interest of its own, and thus far it's ruthlessly exterminated any who learn of its existence. And now I know that it exists. Draw your own conclusions. If Devon is the gateway, can't we just slam this gateway shut and leave the thing on our side? We can, by killing the Count, the Inquisitor answered simply. But firstly, I'm not sure that the other would try to protect its gateway. And in that case, we would have to face it unprepared. And secondly, I'm opposed to the idea on principle. Sometimes Inquisitors must make hard decisions. I've made great many in my lifetime. For instance, I can kill a person possessed by demons, if he or she is at imminent risk of taking many lives and I have no time to perform an exorcism. But in this instance, the situation is not critical. We have a way of fighting the other. I will not agree to commit cold-blooded murder, not even the murder of someone as disgraceful as the Count. I will help you. Thank you. Now, let's go to over the entire operation once more. I'm convinced that we must lure the other somewhere far from Dresden. and other populated places to avoid civilian casualties. I've chosen a suitable location within the wood wound. I will mark it on the map. You must bring the Count there without alerting him to what's happening. I assume that another foray into the wood wound will hardly raise his suspicion. I will wait for you there with the ritual circle prepared. Before we reach the crucial moment, you must make the Count and the other believe that the Count is in danger. I suppose the easiest way to do so would be to tell him that you've made a deal with Mandev Inquisition, and the Count will have to face punishment for his crimes, or real or imaginary. I'll find a way to intimidate him, but you must play along. We need to provoke the other to come out to protect the gateway. That's when we finish it off once and for all. In this case, will be my greatest triumph or my greatest failure. But I firmly believe that it must be done. Remember my words, the other must be convinced that we are threatening the Count and we know nothing of its existence. The slightest suspicion could prove fatal for us. Until we meet again, Commander, may the gods be with us. A pale ghostly image appears in front of you. You recognize the antiquarian, the scholar who helped you some time ago. His translucent form flickers intermittently. You have difficulty making out his words. Commander, it's Thimas. I won't be maintaining the spell for long. Open the door. Treasure room. Please hurry. You managed to open the door. Yes. I won't enter without you. Wait on your help. I will be on the way. I'll be waiting. Please hurry. Everyone wants a piece of me. Commander, you look up and see Melissa, the green-eyed fisherwoman from the village of Chili Creek. Her hair is a mess. Her is a mess and her face and clothes are covered in soot. It looks as though she traveled here in a hurry and met with a few dangers along the way. Please help me. He's gone crazy. He will kill him. What happened? Do you remember Jonas, the cleric who came to our village a year ago? The locals weren't very welcoming to him back then, after all. He was a stranger who was preaching about strange new gods, but little by little he became one of us. He went fishing alongside us and told people stories about the crusade. He told us about meeting you and seeing the Queen, and the songs he used to sing. They made you want to stop and listen. Well, eventually the fisherwoman looks down. We became very close. We started to plan a wedding. My brother didn't seem to mind at first, but after we got married, that's when he lost it. He became violent. He threatened to hurt us. I tried to talk to him, but... well... we even thought about leaving the village. But when my brother found out, he lost his mind completely. Markel is strong, and no one else in the village dares challenge him. It was a miracle that I managed to escape, but my husband is still there. He didn't make it out of the village. I don't know what happened to him. Please help us. What caused the change in his behavior? Markel, he really honors the village traditions. We have been worshipping the river for many generations. He was not keen on having the cleric of a foreign god in the village, but he was willing to tolerate his presence for a while. However, my relationship really disappointed Markel, especially when he discovered that I had begun to worship Raster too. How did you get here? By some miracle, I guess. Everything's on fire out there, and all those monsters. But never mind me, I managed to survive. I made it here in one piece. I'm in serious trouble. I have no one I can turn to for aid. Please help me. You're my only hope. I don't have time, get lost. Alright, I will help you. Thank you. I head back to the village. I will do my best to keep him from flying into rage. But please hurry. I'm afraid he might do something terrible. Oof. There we go. We are now the Frolazate. Do you have anything new to say? You've grown again. I'm prettier too, aren't I? And I'm big enough to carry you now. My dragon friend back in Elysium will be so jealous. Wait, can I ride my dragon? I need to know if I can ride my dragon. I have a bunch of stuff here. Let's just put that on for now. A renowned artisan with forged enchanted arms has come to Commander bearing two gifts. One blade is oiled and rusty, the other radiates heavenly light and incredibly sharp. The artisan offering Commander choice of which to do. Provide the oiled rusty, provide the radiant sword. Give both swords to Nenio, despite the artisan's protest. And Nenio have him. Did you know the rusty oiled sword holds a divine blessing that the artisan has always been trying to surpass his whole life in vain? I wonder what happens if we made both blades together to make a single one. Following Nenio's advice, the commanders like craftsmen, we forged the two swords into one. The upset blacksmith left resin, cursing that damned airhead. Cool. The Glorian slave rescued by the commander are infinitely grateful and are ready to get even with the demons with weapon in hand. Go make some gloves out of these. I don't care about that. Don't need that. All my armies are gone. Are my leaders gone too? No. How do I assign them? Oh, I guess it says this 3 days on. Okay, I get it. Whatever, not important then. We are now very much in the end game. Free the 3 Crusaders, solve the riddle, deal with the bladesmith, visit the Hellknight outpost, talk to Nivea, bring Darren to the place marked on the maps, go to the dragon, find Queen Gelfrey, find the entrance to the prison, find Mustafen, capture all the regions, solve the 4 puzzles. Nivea, I can do your thing. Do you remember when I asked you about your dream? You said you wanted to learn how to bake bread. Could you tell me more about that? It is for Richelieu. I can see you. He come out. And Nivea smiles at the half-hidden succubus bashfully emerging from her hiding place. Now, isn't that better? Anyway, back to the bread. Nivea smiles pensively, her eyes gazing into the distance. Well, I was just a little snot-nosed kid. My mum hid me from the enemies in the Temple of Desna. Nidal, my birthplace, is a horror show. If it crumbled into the sea tomorrow, I'd throw a party. But the temple was a tiny oasis of peace and calm, hidden away inside all of that. Folks in the temple know how to laugh, they sing songs, and they did their needlework. And in the morning they would bake bread, fragrant bread, the most fragrant bread in the whole world. I could barely see over the table, but I stand and watch as the cooks mix the dough, form it into rounds, and put them in the oven. It was the happiest memory of my life. Wait, the crappiest part of my life, but until I met Beth, of course. Then I built on that. I did all kinds of scummy jobs. I crawled through marshlands, I scrambled over the rooftops, I waded through sewers. I spied, I tracked, I killed. And that memory was the thing that kept me going. When I was sitting up to my eyeballs in gore, or dragging myself through the slums with an arrow in my side, I remembered that smell of the bread, the crunch of the crust. I knew how it burned my little fingers. I remembered how happy I was back then. Commander, have you thought about What you do after we win. I mean, once we have smashed the demons, closed the void wound, and hung up our weapons. What then? I know my war will be well and truly over in the morning I get up to mix. Truly over the morning I get up, mix up dough, and put it in the oven. I'm gonna sit there and watch it rise. And then the smell of fresh bread will wake Erebeth, and she will come into the kitchen, and I will break her of a steaming pregnant piece, and then truly know, my God, that the crusade is over. That's when peaceful life has begun. Ashura listens to Nivea with rapt attention. When Nivea finishes, the succubus is silent for a long time, then briskly wipes her eyes. Thank you, Nivea. Desna bless you. I think I understand. I think I truly understand. And Nivea turns to you. You see a spark of hope in her eyes, something that has been missing ever since your last visit to the Void of Dreams. Sophie, we need to go there again, to the Dream World. Now I know how to solve the riddle. Please come speak to me in private as soon as you can. Not waiting for your answer, and Richelieu walks away. Desna teaches that everything we do in our waking hour begins in our dreams. I wonder what my dream helped her understand. Whatever it was, may the goddess watch over her. Right, I do need to go into the streets, because I need to do that. Probably not gonna get to anything besides talking today anymore, and there's some more stuff I wanna see. Lots of talking. Is there anything with you? No. We're probably done with him. Tragic, honestly, but it had to be done. Okay, actually, here's a question: should I send him out of the party? I probably do it next time if we end up deciding to do it, because I want to look up if he would have come back. But if he would not have come back, then maybe it's fair to just kick him out. I am very not forgiving.
Onwards.
I can make it work. He's very good, but I'm sure I can find someone else to put into the party. You abandoned me. I mean, it was his choice, not mine. He was the one who walked away. The island is a bus. Your decision carried you and the Free Crusaders to the path of chaos. You became a devastating force, immensely dangerous to your enemies, but capable of getting out of control. The Free Crusaders are busy with military exercises, judging by the dim, friendly skirmishes flare up between the different groups, and occasionally go into something rather less friendly. Standing alone in the midst of the chaos, Aranka tries to sing. Noticing you, gives up a futile effort and waves at you cheerfully. Commander, Avu, finally. Well now, where is everyone? Come quickly, gather around. I need to brag about how Sophie and I punched all the nasty demons in their horned heads back in the abyss. Oh look, who's here? Dragonlings, the ones you helped hatch. You used the power of Elysium to awaken the eggs of the evil dragon, Derara. And I'm here, remember me? In the abyss you saved a charmed minx, a runaway kitsune slave. Oh, it's our kitsuna. Shining minx, straight from the abyss. I promised I'd find you, and I did. Good to see you, Commander. How are you? Is anything left of the abyss? You might want to go there once to blow off some steam or twice. Just look at Avu, she's gone so big. Commander, what are you feeding her? Can we have some too? Or maybe we should feed it to Saranthal and his treants. Just imagine gigantic walking trees that could carry entire detachment into battle. Listen up, everyone. Sophie and I, and all sorts of our friends went into the abyss. It was very scary and gross, and everyone was super mean, but they all wanted to lie to us, or trick us, kill us, eat us. Some demons even kidnapped me, but Sophie came and saved me. And then we defeated a whole bunch of nasty demons and came back. We are very brave heroes, but don't forget that brave heroes also love sweets. A joyful clamor answers Avu's speech. Aranka claps her hands. What an interesting story, Avu. I'm so glad you're back. How have things been going in my absence? I don't know if you've heard, but after you left, we were kicked out of Dresden. Though I wasn't very upset by this. Our friends were disorderly. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. Aranka pointedly avoids looking at the halfling warrior shifting from foot to foot. Anyone at all, but setting the courthouse on fire was a little bit much. Was definitely setting the courthouse on fire even a little bit was definitely uncalled for. While you were away, Commander, my gang experienced a crisis of leadership. Not everyone enjoyed fighting demons, which were too much more dangerous than the madness we handed back in Sheetlax. Some even toyed with the idea of abandoning the life of a noble robber to become plain old robbers. But this is all behind us. Our unreliable friends left. My current gang has hardened by battle and scouting missions. Has anyone seen early sunset? Yes, he briefly stopped by. He said he needed to find you and that he'd come back after you've returned. What an odd creature he is. He surely is. I wonder where he is and what he's up to. I bet my tail will meet him again. Wait, no, I don't want to lose my little tail. Did anything unusual happen? The island experienced a few minor quakes, but nothing serious. We all faced surges of power and thought it must be something to do with you. Ix and I conferred and decided it must have special connection to you, much like I. She grows with your power, and the island also changed because of it. I want to speak to all of you. It seems to me that our way, the way of the Free Crusaders, has led us down the wrong path. Do I say that? Aranka claps her hands loudly, drawing their unfocused attention. Listen up, everyone. The commander wants to tell us something. I've realized we are on the wrong path. Our freedom imposes a heavy price on us and those around us. Hey, Commander, you're not trying to make ordinary crusaders out of us, are you? It's not who we are, and it's not what we want. You have a whole brood of wonderful dragonlings here, but you keep mopping around and don't listen to what Sophie has to say, even though she is the top dragonologist. Listen to your commander, you fools. She saved us from slavery in the abyss. She's exactly the person you should listen to. We must listen to our commander. We are her court. She's a guiding star. We will not find our way if we don't follow her. Well, I don't know, Aranka. What you say sounds very nice, and our friends also make good arguments, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I will pass this. An awkward silence serves as you answer. The Free Crusaders avert their eyes, and some scratch their heads as if trying and failing to understand what you want from them. Aranka looks at you sadly and throws up her hands. Happy to see all of you. Now I must go. I think that was our only option to go back on the true route, so now we're not actually on the true route. We're just on the pure chaos route. Well, that's Sophie. Sophie, wait. Aranka slaps herself in the forehead. I was so excited to see you return from the abyss that I forgot to tell you something important. We recently had a dream, a prophetic one to be sure. In that dream, your island learned to fly, not just hover or float, but true flight. It followed you like a dog on a leash. Not like a doggy, but like me, Ivu pouts. By the way, having your little dragon is way better than having your own flying island. I agree, actually. I would rather have a dragon. Also, she has a fucking thing to ride. She has like a saddle now. And she has armor. So wait, does your model actually have armor depending on if I give her armor? But having both an island and a dragon is even better, no? And it's very convenient if you ask me. So if we can always return to the island to rest and recover from the filth of the worldwood. And we can fly behind and help if you need. Here's the thing, Sophie. I think you should listen carefully to yourself. Perhaps you can figure out how to steer the island. Just in case, I tell the sculptures to stop walking on the equestrian statue, prancing along the edge. If the island starts to fly, they will fall off. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was needed to go back on Truesata, so not sure how big of a problem that will be. Common for a storm. Never has the phrase been more apt. Every one of Commander follows is certain that something extraordinary is about to happen, but when? So now I'm curious. Big Ivu. Yep, her model does change. Can I ride you? I don't think there's much reason for me to ride you, but yes, I can be riding my own dragon. Even though that looks super uncomfortable because of how much she fucking wiggles when she moves. I don't know how I bite anything like this. How to train your cookie dragon.
Let us be off.
Soon we will train the cultists like this and they start to... Soon we will train the cultists like this and they will start to shy away from every share and bed they see. I've never before felt such inspiration. It's a tiny horse. Why do you have a tiny horse? It's a My Little Pony, My Little Horse. And yes, that is a mimic.
You called? There is no greater satisfaction than in overcoming a challenge. That is, of course, until one day the challenge overcomes you.
It's a dragon. Dragon Link clearly recognizes you and shows the teeth and friendly grin. So if he has returned from the abyss, everything will be fine now. Our court is a place where you can always breathe freely. The other one is dead, Wallflower. I'm so glad we took the mimics. We have a good island, but the demons were used to owning the sky, as they are the only ones who could fly. But now we fly too, from bandit to demon fighter. Not such a bad story.
It's so wonderful not to be alone anymore. Esna, patroness of travelers, I thank you for bringing our paths together.
I guess nothing can happen here for a little bit. They said something about a equestrian statue, but I guess it doesn't actually exist. I fishied it. It did make the marzipan thing. Still looks good. We have good island, but the demons are used. Yes, we know. I should have placed money on the commander returning from the abyss. Thanks, bro. How are you, Tree Ends? Hope is like a sapling, yes. Oh, even the tree ends have that line. What else do I need to do? Talking noise. I need to talk to Rushale. I can always do that at any point. So what is it on the map? Let's see. There's a Hell Knight outpost. Dragon Burial Ground. Bladesmith's Workshop. I need to solve the puzzles. Blah. This is, which is the main quest. We have the portals. Trap for the other, so it's down there. Demonstration of loyalty. We bust. Blessing. For every 1,000 financial points. But I don't have the people, right, for 3 days, so it's kind of whatever. Man, that's a lot of money. I guess we could do this thing with Reggie. Do I need Reggie for that? Does it say I need Reggie for it? I do. Who am I kicking out? You, because I don't know if you would stick around. Or if I'm banishing you to the Shadow Realm. I will say the mythic thing is a little bit crunched in the sense that you don't get any for all of chapter 4 until you meet that woman, until you finish a city. Then you get one, then you beat the boss, you get another, then you get out of this chapter and you get another. It's fine, but it's just you get 3 back to back.
Meditate on your mistakes. It might make you feel better.
I mean, yeah, some of your mistakes led you to getting waifu'd. I don't know what the fuck happened there, I'm still confused. I don't think I need to level him. Now, yeah, now she has super strong mental. I mean, her extra spell save isn't that good, but good enough. So I do want to kind of look at what other magic did I get here. Friendly Hug. The spell removes all negative levels from the target while also granting them immunity to energy drain and mind effect for 1 minute per level. Azada uses spell to restore all companions' ability uses to the maximum amount. That sounds really OP. Burst of sonic energy. Wait, are we doing the sonic rainbow? Azada creates a bolt that deals 1d6 damage per 2 caster levels to all adjacent creatures and half a caster level sonic to all creatures. Another spell of the Azada and all your allies 30 feet from her grant her bonus to all skill and critical confirmation rolls equal to... Like, if I'd known about the skill checks, yeah, I could have used that. Skills and to a critical confirmation roll equal to 1 plus 3 caster levels, as well as a bonus to saving throws equal to this. Can be useful. Protection from nature. Azata envelops and accompanies a shroud of swirling leaves. Under this effect, all attacks gain 50% miss chance to become immune to cold damage. Whenever an enemy casts a spell against you, they suffer damage. Azata creates a cone of leaves that deals 1d10 slashing per to caster level. A creature who suffers damage from the spell has to pass a will save or become intoxicated for 1 round per caster level. Whenever the creature under this effect makes a roll, it rolls twice and chooses the worst result. Rainbow Starfall. The spell functions like Call Lightning, except Azata invokes a Rainbow Starfall. Every star is 1d6 points of acid, cold, electric, fire, and or sonic damage, depending on the greatest potential damage. That's kinda cool. Summons the power of life itself. Azata and their companions' attacks deal 2 holy damage for 1 round per caster level. The caster grants the target an additional 2d6 plus Azata caster level sonic damage for the first realm attack. The level drain one is good though. The rest kinda might be, but it's... Hey, Chief Sol. Slowly, barely moving, a formless figure shuffles toward you. When it finally draws near, you realize it's Chief Sol. But the state of him, the wound has desiccated him, draining him of his last vestige of strength. His clothes are soaked in blood. His eyes are glazed and rolling in his head, and black saliva trickles from his limpy, gaping mouth. So is that really you? So, what's going on? Sol stares at you for a while, as if he doesn't recognize you, but his awareness slowly sharpens. Commander, to Dresden. I'm going to Dresden. I need to gather rescue. Easy there. We rescue everyone, alright? Sol, the commander is back. Everything's gonna be fine. Yeah, alone. Where are the other mongrels? Shalamith, his lair. They're all there. Do you know where Salamith's lair is? There. He's not himself. We need to get him into a healer first. Maybe he remembers something once he gets some rest. We're gonna take you back. You need help immediately. Thank you, Commander. You are the Commander. Need to get to Dresden. There. We'll talk there. Damn it! I just teleported, you motherfucker. Fuck that guy. Why can't he just be dead already? Okay, what do you have to say? Maybe I should tell him about his mom now, because now I'm actually dating him. His soul is looking better, his wounds have been bandaged, his gaze is more lucid, and yet he's still not the same peaceful old man he was left in Dresden. He's haggard, his pale face bears the mark of emancipation and death. Commander is back, though I can't believe it. He must be charmed or something. I bet Salameth thinks you must have died long ago, but here you are wheezing away. Come on, tell us what happened. We need to hurry. What happened while I was gone? At first, nothing unusual. We were just living our lives. But then the whole tribe got stricken with something. It was like a disease. Your arms ache, your legs ache. It tears you from the inside. Nobody knew anything about it. And then one night, we all woke up. So I think for a moment. Can't remember what came next. I remember opening my eyes and just walking out the gate. A guard stopped me and I said, "Lady Anivia's orders." He doesn't believe me, and I just grab him and... I don't remember, I really don't. Sol shakes his head as if trying to drive away the dark thought. Like a nightmare it was. I remember us walking a long way. I remember the white eyes of a demon, people screaming. It's sickening to remember. And guess what's happening there? Salamis performed his wild ritual. Ah yes, he fed them human flesh. And when that wasn't enough for some, he would Sting them with his poison. Those who survived became something else. Why were you wandering the wound? I'm always weak, good for nothing, not even for being a demon slave. They poured blood down my throat, and still, I couldn't get the power our tribesmen got. So the demon just said, "Be gone, carrion, let the wound kill you. You are the last leg. You're on your last leg or the same. Useless, I am." No, you're not useless. Salameth underestimated you, but you beat him. You survived and made the journey back. All I could ever wish for is to be half as strong as you, Sol. Do you remember where Salameth is holed up? Yes. There were ruins of Valley of Temples, he called them. Sol frowns as he searches his memory. He said something about a city hanging over a rift. An ancient city. The city of Is. A funny coincidence that we need to go there anyway. Although it's not much of a surprise really, the demons are either cowards or idiots. So that's probably why Salameth is sticking close to Is. So he can turn tail and run back to his friends if things get ugly. How are you feeling? I'm done. Done, Commander. My service is over. He said his poison made us stronger, but my body can't take it. My time is short. If only I could have known that my tribe will return. Then I could die in peace. I will bring back your people, trust me. We will, Chief. I've sworn to destroy Salameth no matter what. I keep my word. Maybe you can't. Maybe there's no bringing them back. Whoever poison is poison forever, but seeing them before I go, even like that, would be a blessing. Hey now, Commander has already promised that he'll get everyone back. Don't make a reconsider. Don't go dying on us before we get back, you hear? I will say this is a lot better for him than if you have Vendu aggressive at this point in the game. She's not nice, let's put it that way. She's not a nice one. So now my teleportation is on pause. And this takes a day to travel. Thank you, game. But no way around it, I guess. It does reduce my travel speed, so maybe I could. Guess I should go into the store. Yeah, I probably call it here. I wanted to do the quest with Hell Knight dude, but it's fine. We can do it next time. I'm just gonna sell my stuff and then. Actually, there's one more thing I can do quickly. I should have all the items to give him for the cape. Wow, that gatehouse is fucked up. Give me my cape. Natiklia spoke well of you, she says hello. Her favor flatters me, and the memories of time I was younger warms my heart, but also fills me with other dark feelings. Such a shame. It's sad to remember how foolish and self-satisfied I was back then. How much I enjoyed the fear and respect of the spawn of the abyss surrounding me. Now I completely belong to completely belong to the Lady of Shadow, who charmed me for the moment that we met. In those days I was different. Examine the items. Here, restore the cloak. Dazzling light erupts from the storyteller's hands. The light pulsating, forcing you to squint in pain, and when it finally fades away, you see a thick cloak in the elf's hand. This relic is truly legendary. It is an absorbed power that is far too heavy for this world. I have a feeling this cloak will suit you well. Azatos share a bond with the dragon. 50% damage is redirected to Aivu. In addition, Aivu gains damage reduction where this is equal to mythic rank. Now I have a unique Azato cloak. So this cloak changes depending on what mythic path you're on. However, I do wonder what happens if you're on the legend path at that time, because when I made the cloak, I did it in the previous chapter, and I was still on Aeon, and then it was useless because it doesn't do anything once I became a legend. I would say its color. I don't know if its color changes. It probably does, but it didn't. Like, it's not very standing out to me. It was kind of blue last time too. I expected it to look more unique, but still cool. Now I will just say stuff and then call it a night. I don't know why I'm giving him stuff. I've got a heavily expecting that I would kick him. Don't know who I would kick him for yet. I'm still not completely over that. I'm a bit baffled. I just didn't expect things to change so quickly. What did he do? He's such an idiot. See, that should probably go on her. Man, this would be great on him, but maybe I figure these things out next time. Because it really heavily depends on whether or not he's still around. Do you have anything new worth buying? +5. I should do one of those. Funny thing is, Ava is now a tank because of that. That cloak single-handedly just buffed her tankness. Like, she has massive HP, and now she eats half the damage I take. she actually does not have. This actually, let me use this. But yeah, I'm done. I'm just gonna do some inventory stuff. Strength is nothing for me. You do damage with wisdom anyway. Actually, you do damage with strength. Who would never charge? Funny enough, I think the only weird fallback I have is the cleric now. Everyone else is 200 level anyway. So it would just be him if I did bring him on. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you for watching, and I do wish you good night.